It's day 3 of 4 here at the CCG Coolidge Cricket Grounds, where we have an interesting match going on between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride. Both teams fighting here for a spot in the finals against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, which will come up next weekend up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium right here in beautiful Antigua and Barbuda. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 333 and Barbados Pride 262 for 9. So we've had over 600 runs already on that turf, and let's go out and see what it looks like for day 3.
It's day 3 of this semi-final clash. Barbados Pride taking on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's all to play for, and it's evenly matched as we speak right now. 595 runs have been scored so far. We've had 6 half centuries, so we're yet to see a century in this game. But you know what is interesting? Everybody's always talking about the pitch, but this has been a perfect batting pitch so far because the seamers have enjoyed themselves. 16 wickets to date have fell for the seamers. So we can't complain. The seamers are enjoying themselves here. Will the spinners come to play later on here today on day 3 or day 4? We really don't know. This game is still up for grabs and a spot is still there for the final. Who will it be? Barbados Pride or the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force? The game is positioned nicely. Tune in to Denmore Roberts on the Live and Louder production for Cricket West Indies. It is going to be exciting. Right now, we don't know who has captured first innings, but we'll bring the ball-by-ball action to you live from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Game, set, and match. Who will get into the final? Tune in for the next 2 days.
And now we heard how we expect the pitch to play yesterday. Let's look at some of the action of how it played yesterday and how the players adjusted. Early morning, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were hoping that they were going to get quite a bit more runs added to their overnight, 298. But early wickets sort of changed the outlook. Good bowling in the morning session from the Barbados Pride bowlers. A little bit of rearguard action though by the last pair of Brian Charles and Jaden Seals. Bringing up 30 valuable runs in a 10th wicket partnership. But then Seals, trying to go big, lost his way and ended the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings. But then it was from the get-go, Jaden Seals getting the Barbados captain without a run on the board. The wickets continued to tumble with a little bit of resistance from Mosley. That was a beautiful shot. We saw some good shots played throughout the day. Barbados Pride, though, they were in early trouble. Good catch taken. But Mosley continued to play well in the early parts of his innings. But the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers continued to take wickets. And the Barbados Pride found themselves in real trouble early on. At one point they were 6 for 47, but some of their batters continued to really do good work, taking the fight back to the Trinidad and Tobago bowling. Started with Lenico Boucher and Springer, Shamar Springer. They put on a partnership of 88 runs, playing some shots all around the ground. Trinidad and Tobago spinners were not as effective as the captain would have wanted them to be. And Jaden Seals too got a little bit excited in his second and third spells and had a number of boundaries struck off of his bowling. Barbados team were trying to fight back after getting to a half century. Joseph got himself out, but the Barbados team continued to fight and ended up ending the day's play 262 for 9 and some late wickets for the Trinidad and Tobago team. We had two good partnerships by the Barbados, 88, and then a partnership in excess of 100. So 1 wicket to get for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Barbados Pride still need 71 runs to overhaul the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's first innings total, ending the day on 262 for 9 in reply to 333 made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Top scorers for Barbados, Lenico Boucher. He ended his innings yesterday on 80. Joshua Bishop is there not out on 79 overnight. And of course, we remember Shamar Springer getting a half century before he was caught on ball for 51. So 262 for 9, and you tend to think that today's third day is going to be interesting. The umpires are already out on the field. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players, they've come out. Their red and white hats and ready for battle. The two Barbados batters in overnight batsman Joshua Bishop on 79 and Jamel Warrican, who is with him, the last pairing, Jamel Warrican on 2. And they're hoping that they can add a few more runs to the Barbados Pride total, and no doubt the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be hoping that this last wicket pair does not hold them up for too long, and that they're able to get that final wicket and then get their second innings on the way. Sun is out, the weather is fine, and the forecast is good for today, so we should have another intriguing day of cricket. Vernon Springer has come back alongside me here in the commentary position, and no doubt Vernon, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, will be coming out this morning and hoping that they can dismiss the last Barbados Pride batter, 1 more wicket, and then get into their second innings.
Well, good morning to you, Denmore. Good morning to our team, and morning to all of the cricket lovers all over the world. Thanks for joining in on the West Indies YouTube channel for day 3 of intense action. Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados Pride, 130-year history playing for first innings. And straight away, Anderson Phillips starting from the CIU road end. It's been Trinidad and Tobago's most successful bowler so far in the contest. He's bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens, 51 runs, 4 wickets. Total of some 51 dot balls. And that's been on day 2 before he started today. 8 fours and 1 6 have been hit off him so far. But there's one man standing here, Joshua Bishop. He's got 100 wickets and 1,000 first-class runs. Comes quietly forward. And this morning, Joshua De Silva has put everyone on the fence.
Yeah, he's trying to entice Joshua Bishop to take a single, and the plan is to get Jamal Warrican on strike as much as possible.
It's going to be important that Joshua Bishop stays switched on and just play the moment, plays what is in front of him. Back on across and just stylishly just steering it for the first run out into the offside. And so Barbados starts quietly. Bishop goes to 80 and the score goes up to 263 for 9. It now brings Jamal Warrican, test player from Barbados, into the lineup. And Warrican can bat, so he's not going to give his hand away. Bishop just giving some words of encouragement and just saying, listen, I'm here with you. Joshua De Silva just looking now to attack Jamal Warrican. It's a sort of tricky situation, Denmore. How do you deal with this? Because Warrican can still eke out some runs.
Yeah, Warrican can eke out some runs, so Trinidad and Tobago have to be careful how they approach it. But I think the bowlers are going to be very important, how they bowl to him. They have to have a clear plan as to what is the line of attack they're going to use to Warrican.
Anderson Phillip has got 2 slips and a gully. And Warrican is just whipping this around to the fine leg fielder, getting a very easy single. Amir Django coming around.
I think Warrican is going to be looking for them to be attacking his stumps like Anderson Phillip just did. And so he's going to be looking for those types of deliveries. I think what the plan should be is probably just on or about the off stump. Not necessarily those Yorker length deliveries, because he's going to be looking for those. Those are going to be the deliveries that he's expecting to get, that they're going to try to knock my stumps down. But they really should be looking to just be consistent outside the off stump, that length, and allow him to make the mistake.
We welcome all the fans from Barbados, Trinidad, Dominica, Jamaica, United States of America, Bermuda, Canada, even as far as Afghanistan, Pakistan. Phillip on the money straight away. And now Joshua De Silva is beckoning everyone to come in.
I like the fact that he is that he had kept them, at least some feelers, in for that 5th delivery, not allowing Joshua Bishop to steal the single at that point. I would have called all of them in, because it was just 2 deliveries left in this over. I would have had them in from the delivery before as well.
Bishop.
Because if Bishop goes over the top, yeah, he might get a boundary, but he's going to be off strike. So you want him to be able to be thinking about that. What am I going to do? Am I going to try and steal a single, or am I going to go over the top?
Phillip to bowl to Bishop, who just dispatches it into the square leg area for 4. It was short, tennis bounce, and he stayed on top of it, controlled it, and hit it down for the first boundary of the morning.
I think Phillip was trying to bounce it over the top of his head. But the way that this wicket has played all weekend since Sunday, it's going to be very literally impossible to get something like that. You would really have to bend your back, hammer it halfway down the pitch and hope that it loops over the top of Joshua Bishop's head. That one just sat up and asked to be hit. We've seen that all match. Anything that is short is a runs ball. I think what I wouldn't be too worried about that as well, because it means that Warwican is on strike, and it would give Jaden Seas an opportunity to bowl at Warwican. What I would do though is make sure that I have the fielders in real tight spaces so that Warwican cannot steal a single, at least early on.
A little byplay going on between teammates Warwican and Jaden Seals. Maybe trying to play some mind games, get into the head of Warwican. But one thing I can tell you about Jamal Warwican is that you can't ruffle him. He's somebody who's going to fight, and he plays the situation. Doesn't try to go ahead of himself. He's very cool, calm, and collective. And has really demonstrated his leadership qualities playing for Barbados, especially in regional cricket as well.
And I think Jaden Seals is thinking just like how I'm thinking. Getting somebody, he has moved one of the slips into that mid-wicket position to prevent him stealing that single.
Worked away nicely. And very easy single, so very comfortable. Yeah. Well played.
Yeah, I think though the delivery was not the type of delivery that you wanted to bowl for the field that you had. You wanted to be a lot fuller because you brought that man, you put the man at forward of square, and then you brought in the short mid wicket. You wanted to be a little, you didn't want it to come up so high that he can get on top of it and play it down backward of square like he did and get the easy single. You wanted him to be able to come forward, and I think that delivery from Jaden Seas was not the type of delivery he wanted to bowl for the type of field that he had.
Warwican goes to 4. Barbados Pride trailed by some 64 runs, 269 for 9. If you ever wanted a contest on a neutral ground that has been intense, this is the matchup. 130 years these two teams have been going at it.
That's the delivery that he should have bowled to Warwican. That right up, if you notice the difference in that one, that the batter there, Joshua Bishop, had to come forward to play that one. The delivery before that he bowled to Warwican was shorter and rose up a lot higher and allowed Warwican to be able to get on top of it and steal the single.
Take some time out. Look at this contest. Again, good short delivery, steered down into the second, third slip area, but Joshua De Silva had to get off the gloves and pick it up very quickly. No run. He's now coming up to talk to Jaden Seals because no one is close to him. In fact, he's maybe coming by the umpire to maybe have him to look at the ball. I want to say good morning to the family of the late Tony Cozier, somebody Denmore who would have really pioneered the way and really led West Indies cricket over the years. Passed away like 10 years ago. And there were two voices that you always wanted to hear. Tony Cozier, the late Tony Cozier, and Joseph Reds Pereira, who's still alive. Morning to you, Reds in St. Lucia. Down the onside. And it's gone through. It's gone through. Joshua De Silva for 4 byes.
Yeah, not good cricket there on the part of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on this occasion. Not a good delivery from Jaden Seals, and then wasn't tidied up by Joshua De Silva.
I remember as a small boy, Denmore, how many lashes I would have got from my mother having to have this transistor radio as low as possible under my pillow, listening to the voice of Tony Cozier and Joseph Reds Pereira coming out of Australia. Those days you would have had, be it ZDK, bringing the cricket coverage, in our neck of the woods.
I can give you a story about an encounter I had. Well, my first encounter in meeting Reds Pereira. It was at ARG. The West Indies was playing a test match there and he wasn't commentating. So he ended up in the Andy Roberts stand and Liberta Sports Club, where I was the president at the time. We had a booth at the top. We were selling in the bar there. And myself and Kenny Benjamin said, look, that's Reds, that's Reds, that's Reds. And we decided that, he said, this is your opportunity, Denmo, this is your opportunity. So we're going to commentate the game. So, so from behind the bar, we started to commentate the test match. I was doing ball by ball and Kenny Benjamin giving comments because we knew that Reds was standing right there. And we went on and on and on. And eventually, during one of the breaks, Reds came up to me and he said, son, you have good voice and everything, but you're not using some of the correct terms. Exactly what we wanted to happen. And since then, I've worked with Reds. I've had good contact. Reds came to a school that I was principal to speak to my children. Very good guy. I love that guy.
Yeah. Another delivery here by Jaden Seals, keeping Bishop in strike.
And I met Tony Cozier before he died, but not really had the kind of interaction that I wanted. I was hoping that he would have been around a little longer so, I would be in the same space with him. But those are guys that everybody in the Caribbean would know them literally almost by heart.
And that's why it's so important, that I plead to the authorities in Guyana to make sure that, we on that media center, the Guyana National Stadium, that we place that name, Joseph Reds Pereira. He deserves it. Even the Sir Clive Lloyd National Stadium in Guyana, and the ends, something to push for. Got somebody like a Colin Croft and Lance Gibbs. And by the way, we were talking about birthdays, Denmore. Today is Leonard Bachan's birthday. I'm sure you would have remembered him, Denmore. Opening batsman from Guyana. Inside edge, shiny cut, down to the boundary for 4.
And very quickly in this innings so far, Vernon, 15 runs have come very quickly for the Barbados Pride team.
Yeah.
So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have to look because that they started with a lead of 71 and it's quickly coming down.
277 for 9.
Remember they started on what it was, 262?
Interesting times ahead, Denmore. Very, very interesting time. This game, will it have another twist? They now trail by 56 runs, Barbados. Hurricane is stylishly back and across. So I was talking about Leonard Bachan, Denmore. Attacking left-handed batsman out of Guyana. Played some 3 test matches, and on his debut in the second innings scored 105. And in those days you would have had the likes of Y. Fredericks and company. What's so interesting, Denmore? Guyana always produced some special left-handers during those days.
Certainly.
Coming down to the islands, you always heard so many names, so many left-handers. Yes, you did have the Canais and company, but you were always looking for that. Who's going to be that next special left-hander? Hurricane is digging in here, Denmore.
Yeah, he's taking a page out of the book of Brian Charles and Jaden Seals from yesterday and just trying to apply himself to make sure that he gets as many runs as possible for his Barbados Pride team. I think Barbados Pride is thinking that if the Trinidad and Tobago team does not get a big a big lead, they can make inroads and make a game out of this.
Warrican again leaving alone. I think something that Joshua De Silva is going to have to make an assessment about. Denmore, he's just needs to
He's
step
not
up.
made the assessment
Yeah.
on either side, because the balls are falling before they get to him, and he has stayed still in the position that he has taken up.
Lack of pace, lack of pace. Got to be able to work that out very, very quickly. Know the bounce, know what's happening. This ball is now 63 overs old, so it's not like it's a brand new ball and you'll be expecting the ball to kind of kick on you. And even if it is, you still have to be sharp on your feet to be able to make sure you take those. He stepped up a couple of paces, not much. But Anderson Phillips, arms pumping, he's looking for a 5-4. Played again by Warrican. Warrican looks like he's come out ready to be able to make sure that his objective is to bat all day.
Yeah, his objective maybe is to also see Joshua Bishop to a century. He's moved from 79 to 84. And I think Warrican wants to stay there, and himself and Joshua Bishop put on as many runs as possible. Frustrate the Trinidad and Tobago team a little bit.
The partnership is 28 from 37 deliveries. Have to be clinical. Warrican looking to go square. Needs to take that out of his vocabulary. So at the end of over number 64, 277 for 9, we will take the Sani water break.
We outside in Jamaica for the first stop of the West Indies men's home series tour. The action will go down from June 3rd to June 14th at Sabina Park. The men in maroon will take on Sri Lanka in 3 CG United ODIs and 3 supercharged T20s. For fully loaded fan zone is back, plus there will be much more if you are in Jamaica. You want to come out and rally around the West Indies. Stay tuned because tickets, they're coming soon. We're back with live action here. And no doubt, the Trinidad and Tobago team, they are feeling probably a little bit of frustration this early morning. 15 runs have come in quick time. This is the 4th over. In the first 3 overs, they leaked maybe about 10 more runs than they probably wanted to.
9 has 94, so maybe it's him. Oh, yeah, one has 11, other one has 11.
Jaden Seals is just making sure that the fielders are where he wants them. They've done away with the slip now. He wants that man who was standing there at that gully position to go all the way back down onto the 3rd man boundary.
Oh my God, why are you taking so long?
He's in, and driving is Joshua Bishop. We'll look and see how Bishop approaches this over from Jaden Seals.
They look like it's going to be even a lot longer than what we expected. Denmore. A lot of tactics going all around.
Yeah, Jaden Seals just making sure that he's very meticulous with where his fielders are placed.
Pitched up delivery there from Seals. Went full length there to Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit concerned that in the first 3 overs of the day, the Barbados Pride would have already scored 15 runs. So he too is now becoming a little bit concerned with the way that the runs seem to be flowing very easily. So he has a feel that is a mixture of a little bit of attack, just a tinge, just keeping some fielders in positions that he can still get a catch taken, but he has protection all around on the boundary.
Long on, long off. Third man, fine leg. Got a deep backward square leg fielder. Mid wicket, sweeper on the offside. Got a deep backward point, a cover. That's the field placing. It's tactics at its highest. And if you ever play chess, you will understand what is happening this morning with Joshua De Silva as captain. So almost like a wait and see situation. Short ball, no ball in the end, so Seals overcompensating his second of this match.
I think he wanted to just do what he did, bounce that ball over the top of Joshua Bishop's head, but in trying to really get it to bounce, like you said, he overcompensated, overstepping that front crease.
He's got 3 more deliveries. Can he produce something magical? Can Bishop keep his cool, keep his nerves? Stands up straight, plays it into the offside, gets an easy single. Jaden Seals won't mind that. We'll give him 2 balls at Jamal Warrican. .278, 79 for 9.
First innings is going to be an important aspect of this game. Because if the game ends in a draw, I think the team that wins first innings and they look at the bonus point situation and all of that. So there are quite a number of things that are important in this game in terms of the points.
Partnership is 30 from 43. Plays inside the line of that delivery is Warrican. Very focused is Jamal Warrican. This has been easily one of the most intense games that I think that we have seen for the bilateral series so far. It's been gripping. And it's the first time that in the 4-day championship you've had 2 teams playing at maybe a neutral venue, which has set it up nicely. The entire world is looking. Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago. Peel for a leg before. Umpire not interested. I think somebody has to try and catch the ball. Seals is frustrated.
Yeah, he is. He's getting frustrated.
Trying to get it to the head of Warrican. Somebody has to try and catch.
Yeah, that was a
somebody has to try and catch the ball still. You just never know.
Yeah, a big inside edge onto the pad there.
Somebody has to try and catch the ball.
I think everybody stood still just now, looking to appeal rather than that close in fielder making an attempt to try and get to the ball to take it on that occasion.
One
of the pundits is saying to me that the pass score here is between 280 and 320. So right now, Barbados, they're just trying to stay in the game because for now they feel that it's par. The game is still on par. Anybody can take it from here on in, and we encourage folks to continue to send us their comments.
I'm glad that they have been following the data. So let's hope that they someone who would like to bet, then maybe can take a bet and see what happens. Anderson Phillip will have other ideas. Stay it away. Out to the sweeper. He's not interested in the single.
I think, though, that at this stage, having seen how Warwickon is playing,
Yeah, he can afford to.
I think he can afford to take the single, even on the first delivery.
I think he can afford to.
Get his personal score closer to 100, chip away at this lead.
And it's also a matter of confidence in trusting your partner.
Yeah.
You have to believe Warwickon has shown you that he's not going to give his hand away. So you can afford to be able to just express yourself and know that you still have your major milestone that you want. You want 15 singles for your first class 100. Back and easing this down to the third man feeler.
I wouldn't be so worried to be farming the strike with the way that Warwickon is looking this morning. This is what, over number 7 starting, and he has shown that he has the ability and he is applying himself. So if I was Joshua Bishop, I would be taking those singles, because taking the singles would also frustrate the Trinidad and Tobago team a little bit more. They would start to look at the scoreboard and recognize that the lead is coming down, it's coming down, it's coming down. And it will help to build some frustration.
Yeah, right now it's a wait and see.
Because I think at this stage, if you don't take those singles, your scoreboard is not necessarily ticking over. And then if somebody misses one, gets out, then it's sort of counterproductive. So for me, if I was Joshua Bishop right now, I would be taking those singles.
Let's see what his approach will be. He's got 3 more deliveries left in this over. But he will say to Denmore and Vernon, I'm the man in control here. He's batted well so far. 85 is Bishop. Aye. And he got his eyes lit up there, but it just didn't bounce enough for him to be able to slap that. So he's going to have to be as careful as possible.
We've seen that from that end. When you're bowling from that end, the ball tends to keep a little bit low, a little lower than the end that Jaden Seals is bowling from. So when you're coming from the CIU end, as you refer to it, yeah, the bounce is not as true as when it's coming from the commentary box end.
Have the Cricket West Indies flag, Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, just picking up with some breeze. Here is, and they get a single direct hit. Warwickon maybe might have been in trouble. There was a little bit of hesitation there. Don't think Warwickon was sure, and I don't know if they communicated that they were going to run.
I think what happened is, if you look at it, it looked as if Joshua Bishop was the one that was watching the ball. So Warwickon sort of held up because Bishop wasn't paying attention. But then he eventually called him through for the single. Direct hit, it might have been close.
Yeah, fielders got to be on the alert. They got to be looking for everything.
And this is why I'm saying that you need to take the singles when they're available, especially early on, because then when it starts to get closer down to the end, you take a single under pressure.
Warwickon keeps out Anderson Phillip. So, 1 run out of that over, 280 for 9, 66 overs bowled. Joshua Bishop standing tall.
When you look at that broad bat that Warwickon presented there to Anderson Phillip at the end of that over, to me, that would send a message to me that he is a guy in a good frame of mind, good solid frame of mind. And so I can probably risk him a little bit more. I can show a little bit more confidence in himself.
.280 for 9.
crease now.
Gripping cricket. Delivery which just forces Joshua Bishop to defend. Well, Jaden Seals is trying to mix up his line of deliveries. One might ask themselves, what is his stop ball? For me, I'll be looking to go full and straight. Full and straight. This is going to be a test for Jaden Seals. It's going to be a test for Hines. It's also going to be a test for Anderson Phillip. Trinidad and Tobago, they got to motivate themselves. Stylishly played to Gooley, is Bishop. I think this is going to be the norm for the first hour, then more.
Yeah, we've already seen the pattern that is going to take place. Trinidad and Tobago, they're going to be offering up the single very early to Joshua Bishop. Joshua Bishop looks as if his mindset is that he's going to protect Warwick as much as possible, give him 1 or 2 deliveries in every over.
Well, as the senior batsman is demonstrated so far, anything that he can be able to get an opportunity where he can score boundaries, he's certainly looking for that, Joshua Bishop. And Seals knows that, so he knows that he can't afford to put anything into the arc area.
What I must commend Trinidad and Tobago on is the early learning. Philip pulled one down short early to Bishop, and it was dispatched for 4. And since then, they've bowled differently to him. They've not allowed him to free his arms. They've not given him anything short. They've tried to tuck him up as much as possible.
Short ball gets under that very quickly. So he's got 2 more.
I think at this stage, if they want to keep Warwick on strike at least for the start of the new over, two deliveries a little bit wider outside the line of the off stump, out of the technical reach of of Joshua Bishop, would be the right one, or just like what we see Jaden Seals do. I think he has 2 in an over. He bowl another short delivery and try to keep him on strike.
So he's just maybe making the adjustment to the third man to just come just to his left. Maybe just more or less mind games. Just trying to outsmart Bishop.
Just what I expected him to do. Just from the way he moved that fielder. Pitch though, still not allowing for that short delivery. Even that one that was banged in, just past maybe about chest high.
So now he's bringing everyone in.
Yeah, I think he wants to stop the single. And like I said earlier, if Bishop is good enough and hits this one over the top, take 4.
Mohammed has exchanged with Gooley, who is a taller fielder at mid-off. They got to be sharp. Switched on is Bishop. Short ball, and he still gets a single. Carry pair. Can't stop the single. He gets the strike.
Oh, Jesus, it's painful.
Yeah, and I think not good execution there. He moved in all of the fielders and not the type of delivery that you want to bowl, that he can play it in a space that he can still get the single. So a little bit anticlimactic on that occasion.
281 for 9. Got to change of bowling now. Looks like Terrence Hines is going to be replacing Anderson Phillip. He was very not effective as he was on day 2. And we saw him leave the field then more on day 2. So I don't know if he was a little bit sore, but he wasn't really his
Yeah,
exuberant self
he looked
today.
looked very stiff yesterday afternoon, late in the afternoon, and this morning was not himself. And then this pitch doesn't really offer him anything at all, especially bowling from that northern end. So I think it's a good move to bring on Hines at this stage. I think Hines would be more effective from that end with that slingy action that he has. His balls skid on, tends to keep a little bit low. I think this is a good move.
Outside of that, he's almost like, you would say, somebody who's got a golden arm, who always comes through for Trinidad and Tobago. Might not have been seen in the wickets column, but yesterday, he saw him come back and pick up a couple of wickets late. Slapped away out to the sweeper on the offside. No runs. Gripping. If you ever want to build up for a test match, then more, this is indeed the real test here. It's the West Indies Championship 2026.
Important for us to see how strategy works out. Who's going to be the better strategist?
This is something we'll find out. Here goes Joshua Bishop again, back and cracking that, but looking for the boundary. And he really went hard at that.
Yeah, he went hard at that one. He was really trying to get it between those two fielders down there.
Even though it's bubbled for a while.
Yeah, but he did good work though, getting around to his left and getting both hands to that one. And with Joshua Bishop already intent on not really running the single.
He's going to have to be very careful, especially with Hines and his slinging action, looking to go square. Steers it down to the third man area. Picks up a very easy single, so now gives Warken an opportunity to face 3 deliveries. Warken has to stay switched on. Don't know if you've been following the test series, then more between Bangladesh and Pakistan. Bangladesh winning over Pakistan. They've now beaten them in the last 3 test matches. Ooh, that almost looking to shave the off stump, but good leave again by Warrican.
When I was growing up, that would have been something you literally see unheard of. Bangladesh beating Pakistan.
Oh, things have changed.
Very much so. And we wonder all across the world what has caused the seeming downturn in terms of the major teams in Test cricket.
Here's the delivery. He's looking for a single. Bishop is not interested. But I think then more, if we look at the Asian cricket politics, not India, but we're talking about the Sri Lanka, the Bangladesh, and the Pakistan, you'd recognize then more that there's always something happening. I mean, even with the Pakistan team, who's supposed to be the captain in the white ball version, there's always been some challenges around. The internal politics is so
heavy.
deep.
It's heavy.
Real deep. Almost in the air. Overcomes to, and then more. We just had just a slight excitement. 282 for 9.
Yeah.
It's gripping.
But it's still a cat and mouse game this morning. It's going to be important to see which team stays patient the longest. I still would love to see Joshua Bishop just chip away a little bit more, get closer and closer to that centuries on 88. But I think with the Trinidad and Tobago strategy, he can be a little bit, I think, a little bit more positive and maybe a little bit more trusting in his partner, Jamel Warrican. And what that will do, it will frustrate the Trinidad and Tobago team a lot more. It's come down from 71 to 51, so 20 runs have been scored in the day's play so far.
The calculators, the data, everybody punching numbers in both dressing rooms. The only thing we haven't seen yet is folks biting their nails, but both camps are heavily intense. I see we had Emret for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force just walking around in his dressing room. Seals is trying. Delivery just quietly played by Joshua Bishop. Bishop is 88. He needs 12 for his third first-class 100.
Seals is clear in his mind what he wants the strategy to be. And so he's making sure that early on that he's making sure that his the fielders are in the position that he wants them. Where I think that he fails at times is especially right at the end.
Ooh, that's a Jaffa. But when you are in for such a long time, a little luck will go your way.
Yeah, that was a good delivery.
Joshua Bishop has so far batted for 167 minutes. And Warrican on the easy scale, Denmore, has batted for 60 minutes.
Yeah, he came in yesterday afternoon, late. He's been there for 44 minutes this morning, so good support for Joshua Bishop.
One might maybe ask himself some questions yesterday. Well, why would Lane batting before Warrican? This is why. Easy like Sunday morning, as they would say. Just to give you our live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are 271 for 4. 271 for 4. Matthew Nando is not out 126. Jonathan Van Lan on debut has come to the crease. He's on 3 not out. And Ram Sami scored 14. So a good game there at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Quick delivery there. And Joshua De Silva, good take. Joshua Bishop was just looking to get an uppercut, which maybe might have looking to hit that somewhere over the wide third man area, over point. But it was high, and he would have maybe needed a step ladder. Maybe one of those 8-foot step ladders to get up there.
Yeah.
2 deliveries left, 282 for 9. Comfortably, quietly forward. You know, Denmo, everywhere you go in the Caribbean, you have this big, massive conversation. And this is traditionally for people who maybe 50, 60 years ago, 70 years ago, you know, when we had regional cricket, Shell Shield cricket, you know, you had fans, a lot of cricket fans turning out. It's not only in the Caribbean that fans are not turning out, because even if you look at the English county season which is taking place now, that's also been a big talking point in England. People are just not going to county cricket anymore.
Yeah, it's...
And it's not only county cricket, even in India, where they have their first-class competition as well being played. The In fact, we saw what happened then. Even if Virat Kohli played there, you saw the amount of fans that came out. But outside of that, a lot of people are really not buying the longer version of the game. Overcompleted, 282 for 9, 69 bowled.
I'm not sure if it's not that people are not buying the longer version of the game. But maybe the longer version of the game has to do some marketing, some sort of something special to get the people back interested, back out. A lot of the times, you hear people talk about it sometimes being boring, and others. I know that in some of the matches, even in this competition, some of the batting has been very slow, not necessarily entertaining. So we have to find a good mixture.
Hines to Warrican.
We have to find a good mixture of the two: entertainment and, of course, playing sensibly. And then, two, because of the lack of consistency. Now, the folks, when they heard Virat Kohli coming, they were expecting that they're gonna get some entertainment. They're gonna get somebody who they can count on. A lot of the players now are not as consistent as before. So it sort of
Worked away.
doesn't give you any incentive
Aye.
to come out. Like if we ask in this game, who are you coming out to watch? What are the names? Who are the names that you definitely say, I definitely want to see this person play and so on. So we have to market some of the players a little bit more, especially if you have somebody that's young, exciting, that's going to bring a little bit of excitement to the game. You want to push it out there. We also need back something like radio, proper radio commentary and those kind of things, so that people will cause people used to come out and walk with their radio.
Here is Bishop again, looking to go hard, but just opening the face of the bat, steering this down to third man.
A lot of the boards take it for granted that maybe with social media and so on, like we're here on YouTube, that is sufficient. We also have to attract a different demographic. Maybe for these types of games, we want to appeal to the pensioners, those people who have time, who are home, they're not working anymore, and they would have time to come out. So find a way to literally drag them out of the houses, out of the homes, out of wherever, and get them to the games.
283 for 9. Forward again comes Bishop. And
Because when we have the shorter version of the game, we get the party people to come. When we have the T20s and to some extent even the ODIs, those that you set up the speakers, you set up all the entertainment, all the rum, everything, you get those type of people to come. So what you have to do is that you have to recognize maybe a different type of demographic. Plus, you have to intentionally get people to come to the game. So like for these matches, you have to invite the schools. You have to find a way to get the PE teachers, get the coaches. Look, we have school league just finished here in Antigua and Barbuda. The coaches who work in the school league in Antigua and Barbuda should be able to get out some of their players to come and watch these games. I think today is CSEC mathematics. I think some of the students are asked to stay home from some of the secondary schools. That could have been an opportunity where instead of letting them stay home today, you say to the PE teachers, here what I want you to do today. The group in that we're going to ask to stay home, we want you to take them to cricket, to watch the cricket. Put on their uniform, but they come at cricket instead of staying home.
284 for 9, that single to Bishop. Ken Warrican keeping out the Hines delivery and then demonstrating that he should have hit that down the ground.
Maybe if it was a different type of situation.
So tactics are maybe going to change. We see a lot of things happening here as we speak.
But we want folks to know that we outside in Jamaica for the first stop of the men's home series tour. The action will go down from June 3rd to June 14th at Sabina Park. The men in maroon will take on Sri Lanka in 3 CG United ODIs and 3 supercharged T20s. Fully loaded fan zone is back, plus there will be much more if you're in Jamaica. Come out and rally around the West Indies, and tickets will be available soon. Visit windiescricket.com or Windies Cricket on social media for more info on We Outside Home Series Tour 2026. It's going to be Carrie Peer who is going to come in, and this is the first time we've seen him from this end. Vernon, he bowled all of his overs coming from the other end.
But I think we had a long and exhausted spell from
Jaden Seals.
Jaden Seals, and in the context, I think he really worked his heart out this morning, but to no luck, because Barbados came out with a plan. And when you come out with a plan, and that is what is going to happen, punch down the ground. So we're looking at Kerry Peer before this, 15 overs, no maiden, 60 runs, no wicket. And Jaden Seals ended with 18 overs, 3 maiden, 62 runs, 2 wickets. The Silver looking for a golden arm. Lost his shape there. And Joshua Bishop, to me, was more looking for power.
He has to continue to be patient and not get carried away.
Forward. Continue the bowling figures. Anderson Phillips, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 64 runs, 4 wickets. Terrence Hines, 11 overs, no maidens, 49 runs, 3 wickets. So the Trinidad and Tobago seamers in Hines, Phillip, and Seals have all picked up 9 wickets between them. Single squeezed away into the offside by Bishop. That takes him up to 90. Now brings Warrican into strike. 285 for 9. It's almost as if Joshua De Silva is running out of options. Who can he turn to? Who can deliver for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force? Those are the questions that are going through the mind now of a Joshua De Silva, the captain. And which bowler is going to put their hand up and deliver today? Every now and again, Warrican tends to wants to go square. He backs himself. Got a slip, a silly point, a short leg. Pressure. Warrican gets low to the ball and keeps that out. So Caripea's first over is cost 1. The partnership is 36 from 81.
Warrican continues to offer good support for Joshua Bishop. Bishop just creeping up towards that 100. He's on 90 right now. He has to figure out a way. How am I going to get these 10 singles that I need? What is going to be the approach? Am I going to try and get them in 2 strike, maybe a 6 and a 4? Or am I going to walk the 10 singles that I need over the next 10 overs or so?
285 for 9. Barbados Pride trail by 48 runs. Hines. Ball dying again on Joshua De Silva.
Still think it's a good move to bowl Hines from that end.
Yeah.
He has that slingy action, that ball that skids the ball, keeping a little bit low. Good strategy to have him coming from that side.
punch down the ground. No runs in the process.
But then again, you see, you were talking about the county system, and part of the problem that the counties are having as well, Vernon, is that their best players are not playing in the county matches. Their best players are outside playing franchise cricket.
Well, it is even greater than that, then more. Their best players are not allowed sometimes to maybe go back and play county cricket because of their contracts with the central board. So that again, you know, as taken away, just as you rightly said.
They're coming back for 2.
Yeah, a little bit ruffled here. They still have to be on the alert, then more.
Yeah, I think good running on the part of the Barbadian players. I think the Trinidad and Tobago fielders took it for granted.
Yeah, we're caught napping.
That they were going to just allow them to just
get a
the
single. Yeah.
But good thinking there on the part of Joshua Bishop and Jamal Warrican, putting the Trinidad and Tobago fielders under pressure when they realized that they were ambling in.
It's almost like a cat and mouse situation. Then more, you've got to be on the money. Got to stay in that moment. Bishop goes to 92 from 133. Steering this down to the third man fielder. Goes up to now 93. Hines. He's not going to give up. Now brings Warrican, who is a 9 from 27, into strike. .288 for 9. Hines 3 for 54. He's in his 13th over. Warrican keeps him out. And he thought just for a moment he had gone through. But with a nice broad bat as big as Bridgetown, Barbados, Warrican says, read the maker's name. Morning, Andy Thornhill. Cheryl Toppin, a number of colleagues in Barbados. Driving again. Ezra Stewart. Warrican just look into the pavilion. What is he looking for? He wants something? New pair of gloves. I think he earns that. What do you think, Denmore?
Yeah, he's done well for his team this morning. He has come out with Joshua Bishop. They have a plan from overnight, and they've executed it well. He has not tried anything. Yesterday we saw the plan from the Trinidad and Tobago tailenders, where we saw Seals and Brian Charles, and I think that maybe towards the end Seals just got a little bit excited, gave his hand away. But we haven't seen anything rash at all from Warrican. He's not tried anything at all. We saw just that one situation where after he played the ball back to the bowler, he then just shadowed, something that he probably would have done if the situation was a little bit different in terms of hitting one back over the head of Hines. But he has understood his role very well this morning.
And he's a senior pro, and he's demonstrating that. In the meantime, Joshua Bishop is on a mission. He's 93, and he's played well. Really played well. His first scoring shot yesterday, Denmore, was a maximum.
Yeah.
And he's not looked back. Ball keeping low.
Has to be mindful, though, and not give it away at this late stage. He's 7 runs away from the century.
It's coming up also to the first hour of play as well, too. Stands up straight to delivery from Carey Peer. Carey Peer not for 61.
He's not been penetrative at all in any of his spells. We haven't even seen anything to suggest that P was close to getting a wicket.
Pushed away in the offside and getting a very easy single. Joshua De Silva can't stop that. And now the field comes in once again. Cat and mouse game taking
I
place
think
here.
P has to be effective, especially against Warwick. When he has those two men under the helmet and everything, he has to chance it, flight a few, see what Warwick does. Yeah, he has to look to, even as we would say, buy the wicket. Can't just stay flat and fast to Warwick. And something that I have been saying all along, come over the wicket, and he's done so now.
So Coach Denmore Roberts has sent out a message to Gary Payer. But Warwick is up to the challenge.
I've been saying that since yesterday. Bowl a couple of deliveries from over the wicket and see what happens. He's been around the wicket all his spell and nothing has happened. So try something else. Give it a little loop.
Forward. So over comes to an end. 289 for 9. The partnership is 40 from 92. First hour's play is concluded. And 73 overs have been bowled. Joshua Bishop not out. 94 from 138 balls. Then more.
Joshua Bishop has now become the top scorer in the game. He's overtaken Cephas Cooper, who had 93 before. And he's eyeing that century. And we're hoping that he's able to do so. But we're going to take a short break, and then we will be right back.
This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes. You don't know, fully loaded fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes. You don't know, fully loaded fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes. You don't know, fully loaded fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes. You don't know, fully loaded fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya.
We've all been refreshed. We're back at the CCG, and we're ready for more action. And these two Barbadian batters, they've batted for an hour together so far. This morning, they've added some 33 runs. But do you know what the record is for a 10th wicket partnership for Barbados? Springer?
No,
I'll tell you that Percy Tarleton and Harry Ince versus MCC, Kensington Oval in 1913, they put on 100.
yeah.
So this pairing is still some way off from that.
Hines starting his 14th over before this. 13 overs, no maidens, 54 runs, 3 wickets with 1 no ball to date.
Other than that, we have 90 by Mike Worrell. You know that name?
He was a wicketkeeper for Barbados.
And Roddy Eswick, somebody we all know very well from around the scenes, versus Guyana in 1985 at Kensington Oval.
Bishop just turns this into the onside, thinking about 2. But this time, I think Cooley was a lot more alert, a lot more faster.
Yeah, I think after the last over, when they got caught napping, they would have been made to be a little bit more alert. But I like the positive running just now from Joshua Bishop, putting a little bit of pressure on the fielders. We also have 90 from Joel Garner and Wayne Daniel versus Jamaica at Kensington Oval in 1980. And somebody is saying to me that they need to have incentives to get people to come out, get the best players to come and play. Somebody is lamenting the fact that we haven't seen Shai Hope, nor somebody like an Alzari Joseph
But
in this tournament.
Yeah, but in fairness, Denmore, sometimes I just find some of the things that we say, and I'll come back to that, Denmore. Clipped away into the onside for an easy single. Joshua James comes around. We all heard Denmore. The Leewers played 3 games, and while they were playing 3 games, Denmore, permission and an NOC was given to Alzari Joseph to play in the Pakistan Super League. So we've known that. So to be asking about Alzari Joseph is really off the ball, really.
No, I'm just saying that.
Yeah, but everybody talking about incentives, because even when the players come out Denmore, most people still don't come to watch the cricket.
You have to get a way to drag the people out. That is the point that
Well,
I'm making.
economically, Denmore, a lot of people are not. You're not going to give me off Denmore to come and watch cricket all day. We got to be fair. We got to understand that. And you see these devices that we have, Denmore? In the new era, in the modern generation.
And that is why I'm saying that we have to appeal to a different demographic. We're not appealing to the people who are at work, who have the device, that are listening and watching to us on YouTube. They can put up their phone at their desk and still see. What we have to appeal to are maybe a different demographic. Right now, in the Caribbean and in Antigua, we have hundreds of thousands of people who are retired. We need to probably make cricket one of the activities for them.
Forward comes Warwickon.
Yeah, with that broad bat, and it's played so straight that it hits the stumps at the other end. But he has done well this morning.
Well,
so that is what I'm saying. Get out those who can, and yes, provide something for the others who are at work. But we also need to find a way, and maybe scheduling as well could be part of. So maybe instead of starting these games on a Sunday, we think about Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and end on a Monday. It would give us 2 days where we can try and attract the working class people, those people who work Monday to Friday.
Love your idea, Denmore. Wish that the local association would do more themselves to be able to get people to come and look at local cricket as well. We will all go from there, because charity begins at home. So you have to start at the base, over comes to an end. And how many times have we seen Warwickon defend for the day?
Yeah, he's done well. He's done well. He has definitely deserved his pay this morning. And he's one that has demonstrated that maybe when you come out with a plan and you apply yourself, that the plan can work. So he's demonstrated to all of his other colleagues that we spoke about how we're going to approach it this morning. And I am showing you that as a senior player, I'm going to come out and apply myself. One of the things that I just said that I find that is very good is that I have not seen him try anything at all. He's not played any rash shot. You've not seen him get bored and say, you know what, I need to lash one over, I have not hit a boundary yet or anything of that sort. He's played with that broad bat. When he gets an opportunity to get a single, he takes it. But he has been doing the job that his team wants for him. And like I said, they're just trickling down, getting that lead to come down. And as the lead comes down, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force frustration goes up.
The man of the moment. Bishop is 96. It appealed for a leg before, hit outside the line of the off stump there. Pierce sort of halted because he knew that had hit him outside the line of the off stump. Let's look at the replay there, just to make sure. Where did it pitch?
Maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah, it was close.
Umpire Dayton Butler had a good long look.
When you look at it, it probably just maybe pitched on or just outside leg stump.
Bishop 96 from 143 deliveries. And so far he's hit 10 fours and 4 sixes. He's batted for 195 minutes and needs 4 singles for his third first-class 100. Joshua Bishop.
Would be well deserved and well played because he came in under extenuating circumstances.
They're trailed by 41 runs. He squeezes this one into the offside. Takes him closer to that milestone. He goes up to 97 now, Joshua Bishop. He now brings Warrican, who's done his job. He's 10 from 34 balls, and he's batted for 90 minutes. Now, it'd been a different situation had someone in the top 5 for the Barbados Pride even get 40 or 30. Brathwaite, naught. Mosley, 15. Drake's 11. Wickham, 3. Chase 8 and Mayers 1.
And when we look at the way that all those batters got out, nothing to do with the pitch or anything of that sort.
Stands up straight and defends. And then we had Lenika Boucher 80, Shamar Springer 51, Joshua Bishop not out 96, Lane 4, and now Warrican with a rear guard action. He's 10. Flighted.
Bishop came in when the score was 135 at the fall of Shamar Springer's wicket. So he has done his job.
Carry pair into his 18th over so far. Not for 63. Stands up straight is Warrican.
Too easy. Carry pair, too easy.
End of over number 75. The partnership is 44 from 105 deliveries. 44 important runs.
Very important runs. 44 frustrating runs, we would say as well, because the runs have frustrated the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And these 44 runs could be the difference in how the result of this match comes up, because what these 44 runs have done, it has brought Barbados right back into this match. It has given them the opportunity to say that, you know what, we're still in it, we're still competing, we're still at a stage where we can force a positive result in our favor.
So Hines has been replaced. 14 overs, no maidens, 57 runs, 3 wickets. And the man, Anderson Phillip, is switched from the media center end to the CIU road end now. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 62 runs, 4 wickets.
But he's not really switched. He's back where he started this morning.
Well, I was just talking about the third day's play where he started from.
Yeah, he did start from that same end.
On the money, straight away.
Jaden Seal started from this end, but it's another opportunity for him to run in and to give another big effort for his captain.
It's going to take more than an effort here. Trinidad, they can't get ruffled. They still have to stay within the moment.
And we're going to have we might even have a similar situation. Remember yesterday morning, it was the same rear guard action from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and then we had the wicket fall with what? We had about 15 to 20 minutes before they lunch and interval.
Clipped away here by Bishop for his 98th run, and now it now exposes Warwickon. What will be the change here by Joshua De Silva? He's bringing in everybody, will he? Let's wait and see what the norm is. Yes, they're still trying to press ahead.
They still have to try and get this final wicket.
I think they still have to try and get Bishop out. Not just Warwickon. It's a real test here. 294 for 9. Barbados Pride trail by 39. Warwickon just a while ago got caught in no man's land. Thought he was overbalancing himself there. He's got to go and reset again now because
wasn't sure what he wanted to do on that occasion.
Yeah, I think Philip has got more pace than Terence Hines, so he has to be mindful of that. And every now and again, Philip produces a jaffa, something that maybe stops on you. So you can't go too hard at the ball. Keeps this out. As Denmore said, this is the part that a lot of people sometimes don't like. You have to have patience when you come to look at 4-day cricket, when you come to look at test cricket. Everybody likes the excitement, T10,
But it's
T20.
it's something that we have to teach. We have to teach people to like this game. Teach them to understand what is happening. Teach them that this is more than just a team being boring. This is actual tactics. This is actual... it's like the end game in Warri. You know, when you get to the end game in Warri, when you have the final 8 seeds, that those final seeds, you have to play them in such a way, because who gets the more seeds at the end will eventually win the game, especially if it's two good players playing. It's the same concept that is happening here with the cricket. 2 good teams fighting for first innings points, wanting to be in a position that they can look to force a victory, wanting to make sure that they eke out every possible decimal point that they can get in terms of the points. It's actually intriguing stuff for those of us who have grown up understanding the cricket.
Over comes to an end. 294 for 9. Warwickon remains on 10. And Joshua Bishop is on 98. 98 to Joshua Bishop.
And that is why I'm saying that from early on, you have to encourage even some of the youngsters to go and watch this type of game from the start and let it be a learning opportunity. So they don't just come and watch and say that I'm bored, but somebody is talking to them about what is happening. Telling them, why are all the fielders spread out onto the boundary? Why is it that when this other batter comes on to strike, they all come in? What is actually happening? What is the reason behind what is taking place? And I think that if understanding takes place in what is happening, it might cause people to be more intrigued in what is taking place than to just consider it, oh, boring cricket.
294 for 9. The man of the moment. The focus is on Joshua Bishop. Bishop is driving out to cover. He's thinking about 2, but Warwickon says no. So Bishop is 99 as we speak. He's inching closer to his 3rd first-class 100. And he's played with real maturity. 295 for 9.
These are the kind of innings that the selectors should also be looking at, in terms of when you're looking at somebody who can probably even be effective in a team, somebody like a Bishop. What type of bowling will he be able to give you if he's given opportunity at the other level? And then what does he bring with the bat? Is it a skill that he can transfer to the next level? Those sort of things are the type of discussions and situations that you would want to be having as well.
Joshua Bishop. Bishop is on the non-strikers end. Joshua De Silva in the meantime is employed now 2 slips, a short leg, a silly point, backward point cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. Traditional feel, more or less. And umpire Dayton Butler just has his left hand up just to keep Carey Peer in check.
He has gone back around the wicket. I think he should have really stayed over the wicket, especially now that he has the 2 slips, and probably try to bowl a couple of those deliveries that are going away from the right-hander.
Keeps that one out again. No ball bowled by Carey Peer. No. Almost like a cardinal sin there.
Inexcusable.
By Dayton Butler was quick on that. Back and across, easy like Sunday morning. Warrican will be saying. And really,
I think it's easier for him with Carey Peer coming around the wicket. Warrican already literally almost knowing what he's doing. He's flat and fast, so Warrican can almost play him like a fast bowler.
He's not getting anything, nothing to bounce, nothing to bite, nothing to grip. He's out caught. There's a appeal for a catch. I think that's it. Oh, it can't be cooler than that. Joshua Bishop is left not out on 99. Oh.
Yeah.
Agonizingly disappointing. He gets congratulations. And the history books, maybe we might have to sort himself out to figure out how many times you'd have seen a batsman left not out on 99. We break for a moment. He gets a hug from Jaden Seals. But let's look back at the replay there, Denmore, to see who would have maybe taken the catch. There are 2 slips. Came forward. Good delivery. First slip, picked it up. You got there, Denmore.
Very low down, the number 6 on his back.
Brian Charles, excellent catch there at first slip. And the turning moment, just as Denmore was talking about it. It's now 11:24. Almost a similar situation in terms of what happened yesterday. Denmore there too.
It's the same ball that I was talking about him trying to bowl from over the wicket. That one that has a little bit of loop turning away from the right-hander. Especially when you have the 2 slips in place. You want that ball that is going to give the ball an opportunity to turn. And what he did correctly with that last delivery, if you notice, it had a little bit of a loop. It was a little bit slower, and it gave the ball the opportunity to turn. And that is what brought up the wicket there. But unfortunate for Joshua Bishop, and the 99 not out. You know, it's really an agonizing thing. You could see the disappointment on his face, but no shame at all should be in his shame box, because he really played well and deserved every one of those 99 runs. If ever somebody deserved to get an additional run, it would have been Joshua Bishop, but that's how the cookie crumbles. What Barbados Pride needs to do now is to turn this little fight back into a positive for themselves. Trinidad and Tobago have a 37-run lead, and it's going to be, I think, a second inning in this battle. Good days cricket still to come.
So welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Joshua Bishop left stranded on 99 not out, 147 deliveries. The man to go, Jamal Warrican, caught Brian Charles, bowled Carripier for 10. The only wicket to have gone to the spinner for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He finished with 18.4 overs, no more than 65 runs, 1 wicket. Brian Charles, 9 overs, no more than 39 runs, no wicket. But it was Anderson Phillip with 4 for 63, 2 maidens to complement his 17 overs. Jaden Seals, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 62 runs, 2 wickets, 2 no balls. And Terence Hines, this guy continues to work hard, 14 overs, no maidens, 57 runs, 3 wickets. We have a very interesting period of time, 28 minutes to go before lunch. And then more, it is a very tricky period of play. We saw what happened in the Barbados Pride first innings.
Yes, we saw in the Barbados Pride first innings when Craig Brathwaite and co came out to bat with just about the same amount of time left before the luncheon interval, that Brathwaite went back into the pavilion without scoring, and it was a nervous period. The fast bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago were able to run in for 5-6 overs in quick time and really put them under pressure. I think Cephas Cooper and Evan Lewis are going to be under similar type of pressure here in these overs. However, I don't think the Barbados bowling is as penetrative or maybe as menacing as what we saw from the Trinidad and Tobago fast bowlers, but nonetheless, these two opening batters are going to be under pressure. They're going to be under scrutiny, and we're going to look to see how they approach the situation going into the luncheon interval. My personal opinion is that they should look to be positive rather than just maybe look to survive and play their normal, natural game and maybe put the pressure back on the Barbados team.
Well, Lane has to start well. He has to be on the money from day one. And if he remembers how he got Jason Mohammed, or maybe even Evan Lewis in the first innings, those are the deliveries that he's going to have to bowl with the new ball. He also has to understand as well, too, that he can't be just ambling in. He's got to put the ball in the right areas consistently and really make sure that he gets enough out with this new ball, which is going to be very important. We've seen that if you don't bowl well with the new ball, that you could struggle.
Yeah. So it's going to be important. I think the new ball is going to be an important aspect in this period of play.
First ball is short.
I think Craig Brathwaite has, you can see learning has taken place because he's actually using Johan Lane from the correct end this time. We remember in the first innings, Lane started from the CIUN, which is the far and away from where we are, and had his best bowling when he was bowling from this end. And right away, Craig Brathwaite has decided to put him from the end that he's going to be most comfortable and hope early on that he can really be effective.
Whole of Barbados will be expecting that.
I did a little bit of research as well, Springer. I was asking who was the last batsman to be left stranded on 99 in the regional 4-day competition, and it tells me here Kemal Savory of Guyana Happy Eagles was the last batsman to be left stranded on 99, not out in a first-class match in the West Indies before this one, occurring on the regional 4-day 2025 championship. Guyana Happy Eagles versus who? Barbados Pride.
Laying on the money. Short and wide.
And he was left 99 not out when the last Guyana batsman, Isaiah Thorne, you know that name?
Sure.
Was unable to bat due to injury, closing the Happy Eagles' innings.
Dreadway
That's a really dread way that he was on 99 and then the last man couldn't come out to usher him home. So he had to, he was left stranded on 99.
Barbados started with 2 slips of gully, backward point to cover. Mid on, mid off. Played inside the line of that Cooper. Warwick maybe still thinking about how he got out. Maybe have to buy Joshua Bishop dinner later.
Yeah, you would have to. but no shame really in the effort that Warwick gave. It was a good delivery, a delivery that had a little bit of flight. It was a little bit slower from Caribbean, and that one actually turned and took the edge of the bat of Warwick, and it was a good smart catch because it was going very low to Brian Charles in that slip region, and he had to get down and get both hands underneath the ball, which he did successfully. So for me, no real shame on the part of Jamel Warwick.
Good shape there by Ewan Lane delivery. This time delivery ending with a very wide. They was trying to push the delivery across Cooper.
In a time like this, when you have just a short period before the lunch and interval, maybe just about 25 minutes or so, you want to force the batters to play a lot more. And I think in this over, I don't remember that Cephas Cooper really had to play any of those deliveries. They were outside the line of the off stump and just got wider and wider. So the ball in Johan Lane, he's going to need to make sure that he forces the batters to play a lot more. They want them to get the ball onto the bat, force them to play.
Yeah, that's going to be very critical. And so that's why Barbados have decided to go for Kyle Mayers round the wicket. And he starts with a good delivery. Good leave there by Evan Lewis. Just having a look. Lewis under some pressure.
He is under some pressure. He has not really gotten off in this tournament. Remember him making 49 in one of the matches. He made 49 up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the second encounter.
I was giving you an analysis, then more to tell you that, we'll come back to that. That had some another shape again, good swing there. Evan Lewis said maybe only played 25 first-class games, age 34. But if you match that up against his white ball matches, he's been a globe trotter around the world playing T20 cricket. Something no fault of his. He's got to feed his family, more or less. Played quietly into the offside.
A decision that many cricketers have to make these days.
In comparison, that times have changed, and more unlike when in competition in the Caribbean, when you left from the Shell Shield, you would have maybe gone to play cricket in England, county cricket, and then maybe you might have journeyed down to play Sheffield Shield cricket in Australia or maybe South Africa. Things have changed. Prom. Ooh, did he get a nick onto that? I think he got an inside edge that might have maybe saved him then more.
Let's have a look.
He was certainly waving to Kyle Mayers.
Maybe just going down, maybe a little bit high as well.
And I think because Mayers come in wrong the wicket as well too.
Yeah.
Stayed again.
I think the first few deliveries of this over, from Myers, they've been shaping away from the left-handed Evan Lewis. That one sort of pitched and held its own, but it was angling towards the leg side, and I think that is what might have given Butler the doubt in his mind.
Got to be so careful with Carl Mayers. Gets the ball to go both ways. It's a good stride there from Evan Lewis. Head position, everything in line.
I think that is what was the difference there in that fourth delivery. Evan Lewis sort of saw what was happening with the first three and sort of just misjudged that one. That one came back the other way, but maybe it had a little bit of, it made a little bit of height, and it was the angle, the ball cut back quite a bit, and that might have been the doubt that the umpire had in his mind. I think in the end, when you looked at it the second time, a fairly decent decision by the umpire.
Not without loss. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force leading by some 37 runs. Our live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground sees that the Ghana Harpy Eagles are 331 for 4. Pensive delivery being bowled there by Lane, forcing Cooper to defend. Machu Nando is on 158 not out with 20 boundaries. He's so far batted for 432 minutes, faced 253 balls, 168 dot balls. And Van Lan on debut for the Ghana Harpy Eagles. He's on 30 not out with 4 fours, 59 balls faced so far. So it's been a grind for the academy, who scored 485 all out in their first innings. Here is a delivery now by Lane, pushing that one down the onside. He's got to come back on the money. He's got to bowl as straight as possible, wicket to wicket. He's got a new ball. He can't waste this new ball. It's important that he makes it count. Here, Lane. He's got a red cherry. He's got to make it count. Don't waste it. Just like to get him to get Cooper to play. Tap those stumps. Got to be able to be mindful of what is happening. Lane.
So exactly what I was saying earlier, that he has to concentrate, get the ball in the good areas, the areas where Cooper has to play. He's not yet forced Cooper to really have to play at anything.
That's it. That's the line.
Needs a lot more of those types of deliveries.
A lot of batsmen, especially opening batsmen, they tend to be very nervous starters, jittery. When you bowl in your ball at the stump, anything can happen. Always hear Andy Roberts says that. Once you have the proper alignment, you have your wrists firmly behind the ball and it hits the seam, anything is possible. Again, Lane going down the fourth stump line. He needs to attack the stump. He has to bowl a lot more fuller. Right now, Bradwett doesn't want him to be conservative. Bradwett wants a couple of wickets early. Got to attack the stumps. This should be his home ground. He should know here. You want to put in that work. Ball jacking back there. Leave again. He can do that all day. You want to force him to play. Over comes to an end. Another maiden over. And we have had 3 maidens so far, 10 more.
Yeah, but again, not a very effective maiden, because just remember, just maybe 1 or 2 of the deliveries in that over that were close enough to force the batter to do anything. All the others was far too easy for them not to be able to offer a stroke or just drift out of the way. You want to let the new ball work a lot more, especially in this little short burst before the lunch and interval, because you want to at least even try and prize out one wicket. The only good thing that we can say that is happening, though, is that they're not giving away any runs.
I know, but
Mayor's delivery.
I
Left
I
alone.
just want to also thank Spooner Sports Spotlight. He's come up with what he called the 99 Club. He says Barbados all around the Joshua Bishop was left stranded on 99 against Trinidad and Tobago, and we went in search of other batsmen who ended a single away from a century. We'll give you that list in a short while, or some of the folks on that list.
Ken ball going away. Now if Myers is getting the ball to swing like that, then I maybe just think that he can maybe come over the wicket.
Come over the wicket. I was saying the same thing.
If
Come
he's
over the
getting-
wicket.
If he's getting that amount of movement.
Come over the wicket, use the swing, bring those slips. He has 3 of them, bring them into play. Because it would even bring that man who is at backward point as well into play. Because if you get the ball to be swinging, maybe starting on about off stump going away from Evan Lewis, he's going to be tempted to play that shot, square of the wicket.
He's getting some movement here, but not forcing Evan Lewis enough to play. So maybe can just ask umpire Dayton Butler says, let me just take a change around here. And maybe just get Lewis to maybe just misjudge a straighter one.
So we have Devon Smith, who's featured 3 times in that 99 list. The Utley brothers, they also feature 99 times.
Yannick and
3
Kejon.
times. Yep.
It's much better.
Yeah, that's a better delivery. Much closer, forcing Evan Lewis to have to play.
Barbados bowlers will have to be very disciplined in this second innings. In the first innings, they were just too erratic and just bowled too many boundary balls. Just wasn't patient enough. Didn't stay in the moment long enough. Much better. Think he can switch it up. Give Evan Lewis something to think about. Lewis maybe also might be thinking about lunch as well, which is, according to our watch, 8 minutes away.
Yeah, and our watch have been pretty much in sync with the umpire's watch. So we can safely say, yeah, about 8 minutes left.
Towering sounds of a big jumbo jet touching down behind us here at the VC Bird International Airport. Wasted delivery. Maiden over in the 4. All 4 maidens so far.
But in the 4 overs that we've seen, the Trinidad and Tobago batters have probably touched 5 balls in total so far. So not very good bowling so far by the Barbados opening bowlers. They want to be in a situation where they're forcing the Trinidad and Tobago batters to have to play and create opportunities so that they can get wickets. So far, they've not been very effective. So let me just tell you some of the names that I'm seeing. Basil Butcher, Alvin Kalicharan, Norbert Phillip, Jeffrey Greenidge, Emerson Trotman. You also see Herbert Chang, Colin Worrell, Eldine Baptiste, Delroy Morgan, Jimmy Adams, Winston Wadey.
Davis.
Wadey Davis, yes, Winston Wadey Davis.
Passed away.
Yep,
Last year.
Yep, Stuart Williams, Richard Smith, Philo Wallace.
Yeah, Richard Smith out of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
Opening batsman as well.
Devon Smith, Ravi Shah, Tishan Mirage, Imran Jan, Kieran Powell, somebody we know very well, Donwell Hector, Sherwin Ganga, Jonathan Carter, Kirk Edwards. And the list continues.
Quite some notable names there.
Yep.
Caribbean cricket. Cooper is turning this one away. Lane has just not looked himself at all. He's just been all over the shop.
Consistency. And that is what he's lacked. He needs to be bowling now, just like how you do spot bowling in the nets. Just be looking to hit one spot over and over and over and over again. I think that he's trying too many things. So he's all over the place. He's on the outside the off stump, down the leg side, because he's not focusing on just trying to hit that one spot, that one length.
You can't play at this level then more and tell me that you consistently can't bowl 6 balls on the top of off stump consistently. That you have to be trying so many different things. That's why sometimes I'm a little bit confused. And that's why, we're talking about coaches and we're talking about teachers. They are technical coaches. We were talking about the situation yesterday with O'Shane Thomas, and I said straight away to you, Denmore, that one of the things to sort that no ball problem for O'Shane Thomas, who's been playing now for a time, doesn't have anything to do with games. It has to do with preparation. He needs a track and field coach, and especially a sprints coach who's going to go through the paces with him consistently every day. He has to be an athlete first before he becomes a fast bowler.
Lewis misses out there, I thought. Another poor delivery from Lane, and Evan Lewis was looking to
It didn't bounce into his area. Then we sort of died on him as well too.
Was looking to really put that one away. Didn't make contact.
And straight away, Craig Brathwaite has now dispatched Kevin Wickham onto the deep backward square leg boundary after seeing that attempt by Evan Lewis. And that's the flamboyance and the flair and the fear that Evan Lewis brings to oppositions teams. Somebody could be in trouble. Blades was caught napping there in the offside.
Yeah.
Figuring out which end to go to. Might have maybe gone for the lowest end. Yeah, Jedediah Blades is on because Springer and Springer and Kyle Mayers is off the field.
Yeah.
So Akeem Jordan and Blades are on.
It was actually Joshua Bishop, though, in that position, doing the fielding in that mid-wicket position.
Almost look like Blades as well, too.
Yeah.
Sorry, Blady. Got to be on the money here. Lane has to be. Ken pushing the ball down the onside. So Denmore at the 5-2 without loss. Lane has just lost his radar. Just can't get it right.
Yeah, he's been trying too many things, and he's not been consistent. And that is what you want at this level from your opening bowler. Some level of consistency. Putting the balls in the right areas many times as possible. You don't want him to be all over the place. And that is what Johan Lane has done. And this is what we would call spraying the new ball. He's been spraying the new ball, wasting it pretty much for his team.
But we also have another serious problem on hand, Denmore. We were talking about fast bowlers yesterday, and we were talking about the present crop in Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph. You got Kemar Roach and company. And although we maybe might be seeing Niall Smith and company, we're not seeing a lot of young fast bowlers, young quick bowlers, Denmore, coming to the ranks too. We're talking about genuine fast bowlers. We're not talking about medium pacers. Because even Lane has played Test cricket last season. We'll come back to that. But you can't consider Lane to be an out-and-out fast bowler.
Correct. You are correct. We are lacking right now in who's going to be the next upcoming fast bowler. We even had a look even at the under 15 level.
No, but they got some serious
They got
talent there.
some talent there. I saw one last year. I'm just trying to remember his name, from Jamaica, that played in the under 15. He didn't feature this year. I didn't hear about him this year, but there was a youngster that I believe has good potential. I really liked how he looked at the under 15 level.
I think Guyana also produced a couple of young quicks as well too. And even in this just concluded series between the Windward and Leeward Islands, there's some potential there as well.
Yeah.
There's a young man from Antigua and Barbados called Elijah Miller. I think Denmore. And you also got a young fast bowler out of Nevis as well too, France, Kamani France. So we got some talent. And I think we just need to one thing as a coach Denmore, you can't teach somebody how to bowl fast.
No, they either have it or not. But what you have to then teach them, though, is how to control the ball doing the fast bowling. So then they have to teach them the skills of the spot bowling and that kind of thing.
Cooper can do that all day. Kyle Mayers also looks a little frustrating as well too. This could generally be the last over Denmark, you think so?
Could be. Yeah. By my watch it's 12 o'clock, and I think Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're gonna make sure that this is the final over before lunch. They're just going to make sure. Myers went off the field just for a little bit. He came straight back on and went straight back to bowl.
Punched away into the offside, picking up a very easy single there. Lane coming around. Good judgment. It was played with good control. It was to the left of Lane, which means that he had to swoop around the ball. And good cricket all around between Cooper and Lewis.
Yeah. Lewis was a little bit late in responding, but once he responded, single was always on.
What I liked about that execution from Cephas Cooper is his head positioning. And there was a big stride moving in line with the ball, something which he needs to work on consistently. He has to back himself to know, listen, I have to get forward. I have to get that stride in. Lovely straight drive there from Evan Lewis. That would give him some confidence, just looking up the V. And when Lewis is playing straight, he's dangerous.
He needs some balls coming out of the middle of his bat to give him some confidence.
Four without loss. Lewis just needs to just work out in the back of his mind then more. Spend some time at the crease. Umpire Dayton Butler says it's lunch. And at the end of 6, what a gripping morning session we've had. Joshua Bishop left not out Denmore on 99. 99. How many more times I must emphasize that? 147 balls, 99 dot balls, 10 fours, 4 sixes. He batted for 207 minutes. But it was that excellent catch by Brian Charles. Delivery from Kerry Pear, which broke the back. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force leading by some 37 runs, and at lunch they lead now by 41 runs. And it is going to be an interesting encounter here. So Red Force leading by 41 runs. Lewis is 2, Cooper is 2, and we just want to say thanks to our entire team who worked with us for lunch. We will take a lunch, and when we come back, it will be maybe under 35 minutes time.
This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I bet me turn up in ya. Boom.
And we're back for the post-lunch play here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force going in at lunch, 41 runs in the lead, 4 without loss in the second innings, having a 37-run lead on the first innings. And the real thing of the first innings was Joshua Bishop being left stranded on 99 in that Barbados first innings. Let's just have a look at some of the highlights. Early in the game, Bishop put away a short delivery from Phillip. Then it was a lucky stroke there, a French cut as we would call it. But it was right at the end when Carey Peer got one to turn away from the right-handed batter. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago starting their second innings and nothing really happening so far in that innings. Just 4 runs scored in the 6 overs they faced before the luncheon interval. Our umpires are back out in the middle, and today we still have Dayton Butler and Carl Tuckett, the umpires for this one. And any minute now we're expecting to see the Barbados captain and Craig Brathwaite leading his team back onto the field, and Evan Lewis and Cephas Cooper resuming as the not-out batsman at the luncheon interval, both facing 18 deliveries each and just 2 runs scored by each batter. A very meager run rate of 0.67, so nothing really happening. None of the drama that we were hoping for taking place just before the luncheon interval as Trinidad and Tobago started their second innings. No doubt they're going to want to build on that 37-run lead that they have, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and put a decent total on the board and hope that it is enough to keep Barbados at bay. But the Barbados Pride, they're going to have other ideas. They're going to be hoping to make inroads into the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's innings and limiting them to a total that the Barbados Pride, no doubt, will hope that they can chase down. So it all sets up for a very intriguing afternoon's worth of cricket. 72 overs we have left in the day's play, as indicated to us by our match referee, Michael Raghunath, who is also here. And so Vernon Springer, who had quite a very nice lunch. And he had one of those kind of lunch that magicians have, because his lunch disappeared very quickly. Good afternoon to you, Vernon.
Hey, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all the folks all over the world, all over the region. And you know, the 99-run debate continues in terms of batsmen. I want to say thanks to Roland Cox, because our own Devon Thomas was also involved in a 99 not out as well, then more in 2015. Leeward set 165 for victory, got to 168 for 6, and Thomas was left stranded on 99 not out. Pretty much. Teddy Bishop also. I think I can remember this one too, Denmore. Playing for the West Indies Academy against CCC last season. Was dismissed, 7th wicket to fall, dismissed for 99 during the 2025 season. And then, you know, we did talk about Savory missing out as well, and Yannick Otley. But we've got a little hold up in play here, because Correa is, what did somebody forget? Oh, maybe the stem guard on the back?
Yeah, it just looks as if...
The umpires are very firm about that going forward. So we thank Philip Spooner and Roland Cox for rolling back the history dates with 99.
Yep.
I know that Warwickon will have to buy dinner for Joshua Bishop later.
Quite a number of persons who would have been in that 99 squad. You see Carlton Barkey, John Utley, Devon Thomas, as you just said, Yannick Utley, Kieran Powell, Kemal Savory, and Joshua Bishop now adding to that list.
I think you did call Norbert Phillip as well, right?
Yep.
It seemed like a long time ago.
Long time ago.
The great Norbert Phillip. Philo Wallace, good afternoon to you, my brother. You've been in that category as well, too. Squeeze away. We can't beat the fielder at backward point. You know, it'd be interesting then more, and I know Philip and Roland going to be going searching to look for the batsman. Maybe he would have got out at 99 as well too. That would be heartbreaking for a lot of people. It's almost like you've lost by 1 run then more, and then you're thinking like where we could have got that 1 run from. Springer. First run after lunch to Cooper. Steered down to the backward point area. And Joshua Bishop dive in, but it ricocheted and allowed Cooper to get off strike. The first run after lunch. Springer replacing Yuan Lane from the media center in here. Lane really didn't hit his straps at all. Almost like a headache for Craig Brathwaite, the Barbados Pride captain. Springer will be expected to put in some of the donkey work. Even though he's picking up the line there.
If Springer bowls like how he batted in the first innings for the Barbados Pride, should reap some success because he did bat very well. I think he was the start of the Barbados' team's revival in that first innings. He came in at a crucial point and he played really positively.
And the lower order of the Barbados Pride's team is what saved them. After at one point in time, they were 47 for 6. But somebody's going to have to put their hand up today. Will it be Roston Chase? The consistency, once they can be able to take away the boundary balls from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen, I think they will be in this contest. And their catching has to certainly improve. Springer on the money. First over after lunch has yielded 1 run. The score goes up to 5 without loss.
Still quiet phase of play. Nothing really yet happening in terms of the batters, in terms of even exploding, or even the bowlers. That over from Springer really lacked any pace. It was, again, seemed more of a warm-up type over where he ambled in and just tried to find his line, find his length, without really any real exertion, any real effort in any of those deliveries. I'm just hoping that it was just a warm-up phase and that he's going to really put in a lot more effort.
So
Yuan
Lane has now been switched from the media center end where he didn't start well to the CIU road end. But for sure, Barbados Pride captain Craig Brathwaite would certainly want him to hit his straps very early. Short and wide and cracked away behind point for 4.
Yeah, can't start with that delivery. That was short and wide and just asked to be hit. And Cephas Cooper was more than happy to really just put it away.
9 without loss. Ball dying again in front of Boucher.
We've seen the ball keeping low from that very end. And that's why I was disappointed with that first delivery from Johan Lane, because he should have learned that there's no bounce coming from that end, and that short first delivery was only going to be meat and drink for somebody like Cephas Cooper.
Hustling him inside edge, down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Better delivery, though. That one was cutting back at Cephas Cooper, and he was lucky that he didn't play that one onto his stumps. That one very close to the stumps as he was on that back foot. They hustled a little bit.
Well, that's the advantage of Lane having to understand when you're bowling from the CIU road and you have to bowl the ball between wicket and wicket. That is going to be key. That almost rattled onto the stumps. Score very quickly. Second over after lunch, you've seen 2 boundaries. Pushed away into the offside. Mosley comes around at mid-off. I want to say good afternoon to Gail and Manova on the portable manual scoreboard. 2 ladies working the scoreboard here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Another delivery outside the line of the stumps. Just want to see Yogi Lane just with that height, just bowl the ball a lot more fuller. Try and get Cooper to drive more or less. And we're around about that 3/4 length area, between 2 and 4 meters.
You'd expect at this stage of his career and at this level of cricket, he has to learn to assess what is taking place, assess the pitch, how the pitch is playing, assess the situation, assess what he needs to do as a bowler. Something that I don't think that he has done very well so far in this match, especially when he's bowling from that end, the far end.
Well, basically, you really start from negative.
13 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force now leading by some 50 runs.
Negative until we pass 100 runs. Start to go positive.
Well, leg before, but I think he would have been hit outside the line of the stump. Height also, I think, would have been a factor. Springer coming round the wicket. Goes up.
He's actually over the wicket, but it did hit him
Sorry,
outside,
outside
the line.
Yes.
Quite a way outside the line of the off stump as well. But Evan Lewis has to be very careful, because those deliveries from Shamar Springer are actually shaping back towards the left-handed the left-handed batter. So he has to be careful with that one, because he was not offering a shot, and had that been a little bit closer, could have been sent.
I think he'll have to make an adjustment then more in his stance. And I say that because he's still trying to bat side on, so he just needs to just open so he can be able to now be looking over that right shoulder of his rather than trying to peep more or less. Springer is trying to get the ball on the top of off stump, trying to square him up, more or less.
For some reason, Evan Lewis just doesn't look comfortable with the way that he's batting.
Down the onside. I think that would rush away for 4 leg byes. Springer just straying offline more or less.
This has been the problem with these bowlers, that they have not been consistent. Too many bad deliveries, too many wayward deliveries, too many deliveries that are not effective.
Let's go with those 4 leg byes, goes up to 17. So if we just look here then more at where Evan is, if he just maybe just open his stance, see, comes right across there, almost like falling over.
Yeah, it looks like he's trapping himself.
Yeah.
Almost making it difficult for himself, the way that he's standing. And you are correct.
It's just that little minor tweak that can be able to just help him. Just we take that guard and just open. Sort of remind me, I think, a couple of years when Desmond Haynes was playing. I remember when he went to Australia. It was around about maybe 1978, 79. And he was maybe having some problems. Sort of just got a lower base, opened his stance. Wide delivery.
This is what we've been talking about, knowing what the situation is, and that is why, even when we were talking about the no ball problems, I mentioned one at a time that because now they're using the tape measure instead of marking their run like they used to, where they used to pace it out with their steps, you hardly see any little adjustment, and sometimes it's just that slight adjustment that is needed for you to correct something.
Looking here at Boucher, I feel could really take a further step up. Over comes to an end from Springer, because the ball is like dying on him, and this is day 3 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
We've been saying that all game, that the wicket keepers as well need to assess the pitch, assess the conditions, how it's playing, make the minor adjustment as to where they're going to be positioned, etc., etc.
You have siblings? Sorry? You have siblings?
We haven't really seen that much, because it appears if once the wicket keepers have established where they want to be for the fast bowling, then they're not willing to get any closer at all.
So our live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Guyana Happy Eagles are 390 for 4. We'll break Denmore for a while. Driving straight is Lewis. That's a good positive shot. It's racing away down to the boundary, only for Blackred to retrieve. That would give Lewis some confidence.
Yeah, he needed that. He needed to feel something coming out of the middle of his bat, and he would feel good about himself, just pushing that one straight back past Lane and picking up a boundary. Almost didn't have to run for that one. It was so well hit.
Ken Lane not on the money. 3 boundaries already off of his bowling. Gotta take away those boundary balls. You can't bowl those freebies to a class players like Evan Lewis and Cooper. Lewis trying to pull. Really didn't bounce enough for him to go through with it. Leg by signal in the process. So just to give you a live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Guyana Happy Eagles are 391 for 4. Machu Nando is on 171 not out. But Jonathan Vanlan is on 71 not out, Denmore. 13 fours. And he's faced 90 balls so far. He could be dangerous on that ground.
Yeah, he is a dangerous young batter.
back on the cross and just
And
defend
it was very
them.
interesting when I read the release about his selection. The Guyana Cricket Board and the selectors there were saying that they just wanted to see him at this level. They've seen him with what he does with the white ball, seen him at the Under-19 World Cup and those matches there, and they wanted to see how he would be able to transfer that sort of skill into the red ball cricket. And so with him being 71 not out, he would have probably been giving them some good reviews in terms of what they wanted to see, to recognize that yes, he is a good player in any format.
I just think that he's being considered then more or less. I think they were having him as a bowling all-rounder. I think he's a batting all-rounder. He can bat, and he's somebody maybe could maybe bat maybe about 6, 7 in maybe the Guyana team.
Yeah, I from what I've seen of him, I think he's a dangerous player. Can be something as how we saw Joshua Bishop play here.
Yes.
Can be one of those type of players that really come in and get away the ball very quickly, change the game.
He's also an excellent tennis player. Then more represented Guyana at the youth level as well, table tennis player. So he got fast hands. That's why you could look at him and see just the way how he plays the ball in the areas where he play the ball. Very strong guy, good wrist. Gotta make the batsman play. He can do that all day. Then more, make him play.
Yeah, not enough of those deliveries allowing the batters to play. Too many deliveries, too wide outside the line of the off stump for the batters to just pick them up and raise the bat away from them.
Can't waste a new ball like that. And I think that's Carl Mayers was just saying to him, you got to make the batsman play. Especially Cooper. Cooper is a stroke player. He likes to feel, bat on ball. Make him play.
Of those 33 deliveries that Cooper has faced, I'm sure there's about 7 of them. About 7 deliveries have touched his bat. So he's been there getting a lot of deliveries, but have not had the reason to play.
Good line, good leave. Just worrying Evan Lewis from where Springer is coming from. He's quite not sure, and simply because, he's just wondering if Springer can bring that ball back.
Yeah, because those balls have been shaping as if they want to come back. And so Evan Lewis is just not certain, because you could see it, he was getting in line, and then just at that last minute he decided to leave that one outside.
Yeah, just a slight change in his stance. Peel for a leg before, Ken confused there. Like the line now that Springer is bowling Evan Lewis a more fuller length line delivery. Just needs to just make just that minor switch there. It's going for a big booming drive there.
Yeah, big inside edge onto the pads though.
Before again going down, he was walking across there. Evan Lewis. It's gotta be careful.
Clearly bothered by the movement that Shamar Springer is getting to him. And I think Springer is bowling well to Evan Lewis right now, especially with those deliveries coming back. That one, maybe not as close as Shamar Springer might have thought. That one I thought was a good decision. That one looked to have been starting maybe just on about the leg stump, but shaping, because he's getting the ball to shape back at Evan Lewis. Even though he walked across, A little bit, that one looked to have been going down.
Good leave, good head position there from Cooper. Springer is getting some swing here. Could see the ball angling around. I think when you look back to the delivery before Denmore that was faced by Evan Lewis, his first movement was his right foot rather than his left foot. And Springer is trying to get him to fall over. Because he came across with the intention of just looking to whip that. But the head position sort of went more over onto the offside. Went to the off stump. He just needs to just make that slight adjustment. Just wait for Springer to come. Play the ball a little bit later under his eyes. Just like Cooper did there in the process. Just waited for it. It's not a pitch where you could be able to look to play a lot of shots then more. So you got to play the ball. Yes.
Not one like what we had at ARG last week. The ball was really coming on. Where the ball was really coming onto the bat, and the batters were able to play their shots freely. I think this one is more of a grafting pitch. You're gonna have to grind out the runs. What you're going to have to do is do like what we saw happen in the first innings and even with the Barbados innings. When you get that bad ball, you put it away.
Yeah, anything offline, you have to look to score. Cooper did that excellently in the first innings. Over comes to an end. 11 overs bowled. And the opening partnership so far has yielded 24. Trinidad won't mind this.
Not at all. Trinidad, they already have a 37-run lead at the top, and so they're hoping that they can build on that lead without losing too many wickets, without too much drama. Bat out today, get to a decent total, and then have a decision to make tomorrow whether or not they're going to try and make a game of it in terms of giving Barbados something to go after, or are they just going to, having won the first innings, are they going to just bat Barbados out of this match completely?
Van Lan is really having a feast there down at the Antigua Recreation Ground. He's raced up to 80 and taking a liking to Matara. Lewis is just working this down to Springer in the wide fine leg area.
Seems to be another good pitch down there at the Antigua Recreation Ground, a pitch that is wonderful for batting. With the Academy making what, 486?
485, and now
485.
Ghana Happy Eagles need another 78 runs on day 3.
85 and 7 is what? So that's what, 892 runs already?
Already. And counting.
And counting. And remember, we had in excess of almost 1,500 when we were there.
Short ball put away. Another poorly line delivery again by Lane.
That's what you're going to have to do. When you get the bad deliveries, you put them away. That is what we were talking about. Just wait for the bad deliveries, put them away. But Lane is going to have to figure out very quickly that he can't bowl too many of those types of deliveries, or he's going to have a problem.
But he just believes, Denmore, that he has to bowl a short ball. And that's just been my problem.
Yeah, but this is not
been hit off him since lunch.
This is not a short ball pitch.
Well,
We've established that since day one.
It's not even so much it's not a short ball pitch. If you're going to bowl a short ball, Denmore, bowl a proper short ball. That's all I'm saying. I'm not discouraging him from trying to bowl a short ball. I'm just saying run in and hit the deck, bowl a hard length delivery. That's much better.
Correct.
What is it going to take to wake up Lane? That's just my problem. And I think for Craig Brathwaite, who this will be his first season with Lane. Now, before you would have had Teddy Bishop, Joshua Bishop. Those guys would have known what it was like to be able to G up Lane. Lane has to rise to the level. And he has to understand that in this lineup, he's a test player right now. You can't be just contented to say, oh, yes, I play test cricket and I don't want to play anymore. You've got to show that commitment. Run in and really look like you want to be here. sometimes I think Denmore, we keep calling for youths and we keep saying, oh, well, Denmore should make way for this person, this person. But sometimes the youths are like they're comfortable of saying, okay, yes, I've arrived. You can't be arrived yet. You've got maybe 10, 12 years in the game. You got to work hard. Oh, sprayed that one. It's gone down the road for 4 buys.
For wides.
4 wide, sorry.
It was so badly. That was such a poor delivery.
Jeez. It's all falling apart here. All falling apart.
Not sure what he was trying to do on that occasion, because that one was just really, really, really terrible, almost schoolboy stuff. But on the weekend, Sir Curtly Ambrose was on a sports show here in Antigua and Barbuda, and one of the things that he mentioned, he's of the opinion that he likes when a spinner or a fast bowler or a player gets into the team, that they're absolutely ready. And he's saying yes, he's all for young talent and youngsters, but he doesn't necessarily like the fast tracking sometimes of some people. He prefers for them, when they get the opportunity, for them to be the final product, so that when they get in, it's hard to get them out. Something similar to what I was saying and ridiculed one time about the way that we should approach even like someone like a Joel Andrew. We know his ability, we know he has the talent, we know everything, but how do we make sure that when he gets to the next level, that he's the finished product, that he can stand up at that level and be counted and really justify his placement there. And it's the same thing we can say here with Lane. How do we justify, what does he need to do to justify the fact that yes, he's ready to play Test cricket?
I won't compare Lane with Andrew, because I think Andrew ended up to be a guinea pig situation. Andrew has got natural talent, and nobody can question Andrew's ability or talent. I think how he was used is the problem that I had, because in the team when Andrew played, you had more senior players. He was just like tossed around. Somebody said, oh, you're here, you go and open. And sheltered other personnel who had more experience, had been around the team longer than him. And that's the problem that I'm having. So somebody can be exceptional, Denmore, but it doesn't mean that you just throw them from 1, 2, 3, 4. You mix them up. You make them comfortable and make them part of the system. And sometimes, Denmore, if we look at history, some players have been fast-tracked. Clive Lloyd in his time, he would have earmarked somebody like a Michael Holding, who again we were talking about, was an athlete. And so when you saw Holding came special. These are things that you have to look for. And I don't mind us trying to see if we can promote young people, but I'm saying it is now up, the onus now is on the young players to say, Denmore has selected me, I have to justify and continue to work on my game to show why I'm here. Not because I'm a youngster, but because I think I deserve to be here. So you see improvements all the way. I just think sometimes some young players get an opportunity and they work out, this is the goal, I wanted to play for the West Indies team, that's it.
I think we're saying the same thing, pretty much.
If you don't have people to work on your mindset or to be able to help you mentally, how do you deal with that pressurized situation? It's going to become a lot more even harder. I think for somebody like a Joel Andrew, there's something that the Falcons were looking at. Then more, we were already speaking to Dr. Sir Richie Richardson and said, listen, Joel Andrew is going to need a mentor to the point of somebody like Sir Rich, who would be able to take him over on the golf course, teaching the business of cricket. But he would be in an environment where you would have like Sir Viv, Eldin Baptist, Sylvester Joseph, playing golf. You'd be able to help him with his game. could leave outside the line of the off stump. And if you don't have nurturing camps, if you know, you have in Barbados, you have all these legends. So I could see, you know, young cadre people like a Joshua Dawn and Pollard and company. If the legends get an organized program going, they could be able to help a lot of the younger players like a Kevin Wickham and company would be able to come and understand, because you have to know the history first of Barbados cricket, West Indies cricket, to be able to know where you're going. Back and across. A lot of time, Genmo, I think that we have a lot of our players just playing, but we have not worked on the mental side to help them with the game in terms of understanding about life. Find out what some of their social problems are. Are they comfortable? Yes, they're playing cricket, but they could maybe have problems off the field that needs to be addressed. Where do they get help from?
I agree with you, certainly.
Springer again down the corridor of uncertainty. Just would like to see Springer just come back online and keep attacking Cooper.
I think with the swing that he's getting the ball to shape away from the right hander into the left hander. He has to now make them have to play. Can't just allow them to be shoulder in arms, because you're starting so wide. Start it a little straighter so that they have to play.
Springer's lost his radar there. Well, is pushing it outside the line. I know they want to be negative, but you can't be negative now, because Trinidad and Tobago are leading already by 72 wickets. Barbados would need
72 runs.
72 runs.
But we want folks to know that we are outside this year, and it's going to be in Jamaica. The men in maroon will take on Sri Lanka in 3 CG United ODIs and 3 supercharged T20. Fully loaded fan zones is back, plus there will be much more if you come out in Jamaica, rally around the West Indies. And remember, tickets are coming soon, so stay tuned. And you can visit windiescricket.com or Windies Cricket on all social media platforms in the West Indies, because we outside home series tour coming up.
You started to pick your squad yet, then, Mo, for the T20s, ODIs?
There's some folks that, I have started to look at.
I think we can dabble with that maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
Start looking at, picking our squad. Not Darren Sammy's squad, our squad. And folks, so please don't get it mixed up, right? It's Denmo and myself squad. Here comes Wickham, Denmo.
Yeah, first time we've seen him in this game.
First time I saw Wickham, Denmo, was playing for the academy. And he was bowling some deliveries, Denmo. I think it was in the Super 50. And I don't think anybody in that particular year really understood what he was bowling. He's getting the ball to do all sorts of things, man. But he's a talented cricketer.
He is. He's a talented cricketer.
Wickham, future captain for Barbados, hopefully.
Somebody I think should have gotten a lot more opportunity, especially, I thought, last year in some of those white ball competitions.
I think we're going to have to, as you rightly said, Nemo, we're not going, Wickham is not a finished product yet. Wickham is a progression product that you have to give the license to and say, hey, you go ahead and just do your own thing.
Yeah, we're going to give it, you have to give, some people you have to give them an opportunity. You have to figure out what they are, if they're ready, if they are going to be ready, if they have what it takes to be, and then give them a little run with a little vote of confidence, so that they know that I'm not going to be under pressure to to come out and, blast the world away immediately.
Van Landenmoor is 97 not out of 114 balls, 17 fours.
Hope he gets that 100. I really hope so, because he's a young man that I have been impressed with, and I believe he has a bright future.
Yeah. Ghana is already into the final. He's making a statement. He wants to play at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
And so he should. So he should. Because when we look at Guyana is in the finals, but can we really talk about their batting and that who have dominated throughout this tournament? I think that Guyana is in the finals because they literally can say that they played against a lesser strength opposition. The Windward Islands, I personally don't think were up to full par this year in terms of the strength that you would want to see from that regional franchise.
Come back to your concern in a little while, Denmore. Just to raise something. I think Ghana, in fairness to them, Denmore, has the best bowling attack so far that I have seen in the championship. 35 without loss from 14 overs. And you would also have to just give you some figures in a while, Denmore. Their bowling attack with, well, first it started with Isaiah Thorne, Smith, Kimo Paul, and then you had Shamar Joseph joining them. They've been a real force to be reckoned with in terms of their bowling lineup. Their batting, Tejwan Chandapur 308 runs, and then you had Kemal Savory. Kemal Savory has been batting beautifully so far. He's got 2 half centuries, 220 runs. A break from that as Springer thinking about trying to see if he can find some luck here. Barbados need wickets. Cooper with a nice straight bat, playing it right up to Brathwaite. So we'll continue with Ghana. We got Tevin Imla, who has been way below form in terms of his own confidence. Maybe feeling a little bit of pressure to Denmore. 151 runs, only got 1 half century, high score of 82. Yeah. Kimo Paul, I like what I've seen so far of Kimo Paul. Even though he's only scored 149 runs, he's got 2 half centuries, but he's looked he's a lot fitter. He's come back from injuries, and he settling into that.
I wonder if that
story.
Hairdo, that new hairstyle.
New hairstyle? The Don King, we will call it. The Don King hairstyle. And then we go down the other Denmore. We got Gurkish Moti, 120 runs with a half century. And then you got Macho Nando with 2 half centuries, 116. So on paper, in fairness, Denmore, based on the formation of the competition, you would have to say that the Guyana Harpy Eagles would have done their job in terms of their batsmen performing. Nobody really have been explosive, but Guyana have won the championship because they seem to have understood the assignment, especially at the regional level, for so long. You can't take their bowling attack and, Gurkish Moti, he's been the leading wicket taker coming out of that series. Total of some 24 wickets. Cooper solid in defense there. You look at their bowling lineup. Again, the Ghana Harpy Eagles. You would see Gurkish Moti with 24 wickets. Then you journey your way down. Niall Smith with 11. And then you have Versami Pomal with 10. And then Kimo Paul with 7. And then you got Shamar Joseph to back that up. Now, if you get a Van Lan into this team, they've maybe strengthened their batting and bowling to a consistent level. 99 not out is Van Lan. He'll cry if he doesn't get that 100. Driven, sweetly to cover for 4. He doesn't move.
Yeah, you don't move when you play that kind of shot.
Oh.
When you play a shot like that, You just stand, pose for the cameras, and then you get ready to play the next one.
Every time Cooper gets that stride, gets his head position and looks at the ball, he's such a beauty to look at. It's gone to 20, Cooper, 39 without loss. Compact in defense. Springer comes down and is saying, what happened? You don't want to drive again? Cooper just turns his back and says, you'll have to go back and bowl, son. Van Lan, remember, is on debut for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Received his cap. So he's on first class debut for Guyana Harpy Eagles. So 99 at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Clipped away. Into the square leg area is Cooper. And they get 2 runs quite easily. Shane Mosley just on or about the fine leg area coming around. Barbados, Warwican and Brathwaite having a discussion.
Apart from the few LBW shouts that we've had with Evan Lewis, it's been pretty easy for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters in this second innings because the Barbados Pride bowlers have not been very disciplined in terms of trying to bowl that one length, that right line, and bowl one side of the wicket. They've been all over. We've seen runs scored on both sides of the wicket consistently, and I think that until they get their discipline under control, the Barbados team, they're going to be in with a heavy fight.
Wickham. Toe end of the bat there from Evan Lewis. This is a grafting track here. Evan Lewis is an accomplished stroke player. He likes to play shots, but he'll have to readjust his mindset and his approach. Ball bouncing on him, stayed down to the boundary for 4. Don't think Brathwaite will mind that too much. I'll give Lewis some confidence, that boundary. Sco in the meantime got on top of it. Did have some bounce there. So Wickham
being a tall guy.
Yeah, get
You'd
in the ball.
expect maybe just to get something a little bit different.
He's certainly bowling an effort ball, more or less. Ball going down, dying in front of Boucher. Boucher can afford to take a couple of steps up then more. That ball almost crawled to him.
Yeah, but he's not willing to. Doesn't seem very confident in probably wanting to get too close to the wicket. He has to also be careful because some of those balls are dying so quickly and maybe bouncing just before him could be a little bit dangerous. Edgin dropped.
Oh! How can you drop that, Carl Mayers? It came to him fast and in a hurry. It hit his hand so hard. And this is what we were talking about then more in terms of the closeness and where you are. But Carl Mayers' standard, he has to take that.
Yeah, that one went full and hard. So Kyle Mayers should have really pocketed that one.
Wickham creating the opportunity there.
Yeah, but I was about to say that Wickham, since he has come in, has brought something a little bit different from that end. He's coming around the wicket, but what the difference is that you can see that he's really putting in the effort in some of those deliveries. He's bowled some effort balls and he's trying to get them full and straight.
down the onside. Boucher coming across, got a right glove to it. They're thinking about two. And Lewis challenges Carl Mayers, gets it. And one thing that Boucher has to understand is that you got to put your body on the line. It doesn't matter how wide they are. Wickham created the opportunity, just didn't stick.
Yeah, I don't think he needed to stick. He needed to just be confident about it. Carl Mayers was almost taking evasive action because Evan Lewis went into a full-blooded drive at that one. He was really looking to crash it away. Thick outside edge found, and it flew to Kyle Mayers at that first slip position. And I think that he just took a little bit of a little time to adjust properly and was more taking evasive action than looking to really pocket that one.
He will now have to come on and try to resurrect that drop catch by producing a Jaffa to remove either batsman. Barbados have to try something different now. They just need to put together some stopovers. Fine leg comes up into the mid-wicket area in Mosley. 3 slips, a cover, a wide on the money straight away is Carl Mayers. Sort of situation here where the game is set up nicely, and on tracks like these you have to take all of your catches. Very important. Driven on drive down the ground for 4 by Cooper. Class. 50 up for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, they would be happy with this 50 partnership.
That's a lovely shot by Cooper.
Yeah, he got to it and played it really well. Got to the pitch of it, came down with a straight bat, almost just followed it down the track and watched it race out to that long on boundary for 4. He's going to get more runs here. He's turning this one down to the square leg region. It's going to probably just pull up short of that square leg boundary. It's a slout field has been, and they rush back for the 3rd. So 3 more runs to Cephas Cooper. 54 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago now lead by 91 runs.
What happens after?
Making you runs and giving it back away.
What's happening? What's happening? There's no way they should have been able to make
Headache for Barbados captain Craig Brathwaite. Looking to crack that one past backward point.
Just looking through some of the statistics from the CWI 2026 West Indies Championship page. The most runs, Joshua De Silva, 388 runs. Kevin Wickham, 374. Shanda Paul, 367. Amir Django, 340. Campbell, 334.
100 to Vanland Denmore, 102 not out.
Well played, young man. Well played.
Ball keeping real low there, that delivery.
The most wickets. Gudakesh Moti, 24, 21 to Anderson Phillip. Jaden Seals, 15. Niall Smith, 13. And Veersamy Pramal, 13. So the comment that you made earlier about the Guyana bowling attack, 3 of their bowlers featuring in the top 5 in terms of most wickets.
They always find a way to win Denmore. They're together.
They seemingly have the formula. They have the formula, because sometimes even when they seem down and out, they find a way to get it done.
Wickham continues. This is his 3rd over. He already could have maybe snapped up Evan Lewis.
Yeah, and he's been bowling some very heavy balls.
That's what you have to do on this track.
If you realize, just look at the way Cooper played that one. That just seemed like that ball was coming onto Cooper a lot faster than even from Johan Lane.
Talking about effort. This young man has got so much talent. Kyle Mayers, Ken is going to have to think about it. Just going to some stats then more to look at someone maybe like a Kyle Mayers. I think Kyle Mayers, Windward Island Volcanoes, or a sense of gratitude to his career. I'll come back to that. Short ball dragged away, offline by Wickham, and a boundary. Wickham just losing his shape there. The second boundary been hit off of him.
Yeah, that was another effort ball, but again, we've been saying this, that this is not a pitch for you to really be bowling short.
You can remember when Kyle Mayers Denmore went to the Windward Island Volcanoes, played some 22 matches for them during the time, scored 734 runs with 7 half-centuries, and then came back to the Barbados Pride. Before this season, played 10, 842 runs, 206 half-centuries. Cooper easy on the eyes. Just driving through cover for 4 more. He looks so elegant when he plays that shot.
Yeah, he does look really good playing that shot when he gets forward on that front foot, and especially when he's driving. And that was all along the ground, really classy shot. I was saying that I am always of the firm opinion that players need to play in which franchise is going to be best for their career. It might not be in the country where you're born or the country where you prefer, but if you can play for a different franchise to move your career forward, I am all for it.
And I'm going to support you, and you will tell me what you think. First hour of play, then more. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force leading by 99 runs at the end of 18. They're 62 without loss. We'll take a Dasani water break, and we'll continue that discussion right after.
This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 team fully loaded fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I bet me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we I give them boy them and you see me? 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I bet me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we I give them boy them and you see me? 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I bet me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we I give them boy them and you see me? 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I bet me turn up in ya. Boom.
So we welcome back after the first hour after the drinks break. 62 without loss. And things have just really motoring on with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And Denmo was talking about the movement of how this competition, in fact, the new franchise system was designed to be able to move players around. I really thought, Denmo, that when Devon Thomas left the Leewards and went to play with Jamaica, he came back as a different individual.
He did. Came back learning a lot about the game, understanding cricket more, understanding maybe the whole concept of being a professional cricketer a lot more. And you could see that his game, that his game and his everything had improved. And I think a lot more players need to do that. When we look at Graves, who's playing now for the Leeward Islands, I think that
don't go so far. I like to use Raymond Reefer. Raymond Reefer played some 43 games for the Guyana Jaguars, right, during the process of the time. But he was really a real professional, as you said, and a pro, leaving from Barbados to go to Guyana.
A lot more players need to look at that option.
Here comes Chase, then more. Worked away. Get a couple of runs here. So straight away, then more. No over. Round the wicket.
Yeah. That's just simply what it seems as if the modern day cricket is all about. Left-hander, bowl around.
The modern day bowlers.
Yeah.
He's out like before. Here was Evan Lewis coming right across his stumps, missed a straight one, and umpire Carl Tuckett has ruled him out leg before. From our naked eye here in the commentary booth, we are at least 120 meters away. We don't know, but we'll look at the replay, and you tell me. Was it below the knee pad? Oh, that's a good decision. He missed a straight one, Denmore. He missed a straight one. Don't know if you'll agree, Denmore.
Did miss a straight one. I think for me, I would just love to probably see it and
See it again.
even pause where that ball has pitched, because I think that's what Evan Lewis is thinking, that one might have just pitched.
But it was between wicket and wicket, Denmore. And that is the worrying sign for me, because Evan Lewis, his head did move. Chase strikes early.
Yeah, Chase would be happy with that. Second delivery of his spell and getting the wicket.
So you think Kyle Mayers won't mind too much, right?
Well, it's same as if it's same like what happened with Ruston Chase in the Barbados innings.
He was dropped by
He
Peer.
was dropped by Peer without scoring, but he didn't really make them pay too much thereafter. And a similar situation here with Evan Lewis. Dropped off the bowling of Wickham, but now being dismissed pretty soon after.
Yeah. Lewis will maybe feel slighted, but the umpire is in the best position. Gooley comes in, and he too is a very positive guy. Like his approach, Gooley, but as Denmore said, you just like to see him get out of the 30s and 40s. Let's look at this again. Round the wicket. Chase. Pitch between wicket and wicket. It was Denmore. Yeah, it trapped him. He really got into a tangle, more or less. And I think the reason why he got into a tangle, Denmore, is that this left foot never really got side on. It was more or less square on. So he just really lost his balance, lost his shape.
He looked very surprised, though, when he saw the umpire's finger go up.
Sometimes these are tricks sometimes that you try, Denmore, and you realize
We know that. But I'm certain that he's going to go back into the pavilion and have a look at that one again to convince himself
that he wasn't out.
That he wasn't out, yeah.
That's part of life. That's what all batters do. 64 for 1. Good start by Cooper and Lewis. Lewis had to go. Chase picking up Lewis for 14. He really struggled, faced some 48 balls. He was really out of context. And sometimes, you could see that he was really trying to stay there, spend some time at the crease, but it was just not to be today.
A better opening partnership, though. In the first innings, the partnership only lasted 16 runs. So 64 runs in the second innings. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be a lot happier with that opening partnership between Evan Lewis and Cephas Cooper.
Yeah, we'll be encouraged by that as well too. Bearing in mind, whatever the result is out of this game going into the final, either team will be looking to tweak their way. Evan Lewis batted for some 89 minutes. Scored 14 or 48 balls, 41 dot balls, 2 fours. Really out of character in the context.
But the partnership between Gooley and Cephas Cooper in the first innings was one of the better partnerships, 102 runs. And they would be hoping that they can again get together and build a similar partnership for their team. But this time the partnership is going to be built. They'll have to face most spin.
Yeah. Really on the money there is Joshua Bishop. just like to see when Joshua Bishop starts, and he started well here by just trying to just bowl the ball into the surface, really. Don't try anything, just bowl the ball into the surface. That's much better. I think when you got to bowl in partnerships. Chase has already picked a wicket up, so your job now from the CIU road end would be to keep things tight. Gooley, the sort of player, he's not going to hang around.
He's going to want to score.
When I say hang around, I'm talking about the rotation of the strike.
Yeah,
Gooley's a guy who wants to get off strike.
Yeah, he's going to want to score.
There you go. Out to Mosley.
Looks like it went right through him,
Oh.
right through Mosley into the boundary for 4.
The fundamentals then more. How we don't get the fundamentals right. There's something called long barrier. You get down, and let's look at Mosley. Guilty. Oh, he got into a real tangle there.
Yeah, that one went straight through his legs. Not a pretty sight, though.
Yeah.
Captain wouldn't be happy with that either, that effort. Especially in a game where you're trying to get back in. You've surrendered a first innings lead, even though it's a smaller lead than Trinidad and Tobago would like to have. The Barbados team can't afford to be giving away. That's like giving 3 additional runs to Trinidad and Tobago that should not have been. That should have been just a comfortable single.
We're talking about the boundary balls again then more.
Yep.
Yeah, there's too many. You can't afford to give away that. Laying almost like he was serving up some half volleys. Can't give away boundary balls. Squeezed away into the offside for easy single. Lane 14 over. So, no, in fact, let's go back to today. Trinidad and Tobago's second innings. Some 9 4s and 1 6 came off Lane's bowling in the first innings. And then we look at Lane in the spell. Here's a delivery from Chase. Gooley trying to get on top of it to crack it past Mears. No luck. Chase has decided to just bowl the ball into the surface. Lane 6 overs, 2 maidens, 25 runs, no wicket. Carl Mears 4-2, 9-0. Springer 5-2, 8-0. Wickham 3-1, 12-0. Chase into his second over, 1 for 3. Right now you could see the ploy here from Chase. I think Gooley's gonna have to slow him down because he's just turning and coming. So he's keep coming at the batsman. They have to make him wait. Gooley going across the line there, Denmore.
Yeah, he has to be careful because if he misses one of those, he's going to be an LBW candidate.
Tell you he's got good eyes. Stands up straight on the back foot and punches it. And 1 run out of the over. So Chase is getting through his overs very quickly.
Yes, he is. He's gotten a wicket and he's looking a little bit motivated, especially when they just his body language alone. He would have been very happy getting that wicket of Evan Lewis, and that would have just given him a little bit of impetus into the way he's bowling. He's looking a lot more confident with his bowling, having gotten that wicket in the very first over of his spell.
But I need to ask you something very quickly. Would you have gone for Bishop before Warwican?
I think at this stage the captain wants wickets, and what we saw with Warwican yesterday was more of a holding role. Warwican was not bowling as if he's bowling to be a strike bowler. He was more bowling to contain.
I got you. Just wanted to pique your interest there. Then more good assessment. Shane Mosley this time making sure that he got himself into the right position. Got the ball back to Boucher.
Yeah, and I think with the way that Joshua Bishop bowls and with the confidence that Bishop would have had because of the way he batted, getting to, agonizingly short of that century, leaving stranded on 99, I think it's a good move to give him the opportunity to bowl. And especially now that you have a new batter in Gooley, who's just come to the crease, it's a good time to bring Bishop in.
Just got to bowl the ball into the surface. That's what I want to see him do. Don't try anything. He's out caught. Just as Denmore said. New batsman, Gooley, trying to get fancy. Ball stopping on him. Kick, more or less. Gooley goes for 4. Let's look at it again. Yeah.
And that one turned. That one was turning back into Gooley. Didn't handle it well. Just gave a very easy catch into that short leg region. That's what I'm talking about. You want a bowler that's going to give you an opportunity to give you a wicket. And who better than the man who would be extremely confident in Joshua Bishop. 99 not out. He played very well, coming in when you were in trouble. Now give him the ball and say to him, use that confidence to try and get me a couple of wickets. And wicket he has gotten. Gooley coming in with spinners on. Gooley likes the ball coming onto his bat. Gooley likes to be able to play shots. And so coming in at a time when both spinners are on, I always felt that Gooley was going to be a little bit of an opportunity if they bowled him well, that they could get his wicket, and get his wicket they did.
So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have gone for the same ploy they employed in the first innings. No Django, but they've gone for Jason Mohammed instead. So we got 2 right-handers now at the crease. Denmore feels that, he says he just loves to see the left and right combination. Always confuses bowlers, Denmore.
I think it's a better option, especially if you have it. If you have it available to you, you should use it. Not allowing a bowler to be able to settle into a pattern, bowl into one type of batter. So if you have a left and right hand combination, especially 2 competent people, I think it's a better option, and it works better for the batting team. But Mohammed got a duck in the first inning, so he's coming in under pressure. So let's see how he handles this one.
It's always a worry. This season, before this game, Jason Mohammed would have only scored 67 runs, high score 47. So he's really way below par. Jason Mohammed has not come to the party as yet.
Yeah, we saw that 47 down at ARG last week. And he was looking good down at ARG. Looked good enough for that half century. Karima Go took a really good catch to dismiss him.
It always takes special moment to dismiss great people. If you follow by the trend of somebody like a Jason Mohammed, you would understand what we're talking about. Mohammed last season scored 679 runs with 4 centuries. High score of 204, not out, an average of 75.44. That was in the regional 4-day season. And then if you match that up against his form in 2024, you'd have scored 443 runs with 2 centuries, high score of 157. So inside 2 years, you'd have scored 6 centuries.
And over 1,000 runs.
Yeah.
And he wasn't given an opportunity.
Nah.
In none of those 2 years when he was really at his peak powers.
Simply because I think that we would have labeled him as an old player. He's 39 now, so he would have been maybe 37. You know, we like to put a little age limit onto you then more.
I think we need to label people as performing. Performing or non-performing. If I'm performing, let me work. If I'm not, then you can have a say, you know, leave me out. Same concept I would apply to my life. But if I'm performing, yes, give me the opportunity. If I'm not, then replace me.
Full toss, whipped away. But there's protection there for Chase. Cooper is just growing in confidence. The more you see him, the more you like him. Cephas Cooper.
You can see why the Trinidad and Tobago team would have stuck with him. Even though at the start of the 2026 season, he had not really been amongst the runs heavily.
But if you check
They
his
would have
stats from
they would have stuck with him because before that,
he scored 452 runs last season.
correct.
With 4 half centuries and 1 century, Cooper.
Yeah.
So you sometimes have to give people an opportunity, and you have to believe in them.
And that's the same thing that I was saying earlier about somebody like a Wickham. Or even some of the players. Some players that you have to recognize what you have and give them an opportunity to be able to shine. Whether or not they shine early, you know what they can do. You have to give them a chance.
He's a P for leg before. And Patal took it, says not out.
Chase doesn't look very happy.
Let's see
with
that one again. Let's see this one again. Where is Mohammed? Where is Mohammed? He gets a stride in. I think going down. I think umpire Carl took it. That had a little bite on it.
Yeah.
Chase thought he had him.
And now is a good time for Chase to be bowling to Mohammed because Mohammed is on a pair, not very confident yet, has not been able to get off the mark, and so now is a good time to really apply the pressure. You're applying the pressure to him. He's a little bit vulnerable, and you want to make sure that you make him have to work hard before he is even able to score, or even before he gets into his innings. Chase still raving about that decision not given.
Umpire Carl Tuckers is in charge, and so Chase will have to just honor that one.
He needs to just forget about that. The decision has already been made. It cannot change.
Well, he can, you know. All he has to do is convince Carl Tuckett and knock him over. Bowl him down. That's all he has to do. Trouble here. Again, all of a sudden, Barbados has just found some luck here.
Yeah, a little period where they're having the Trinidad and Tobago batters on a little bit of pressure.
I think that one, there are 2 songs there, looks like. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lead by 109 runs. Just as Deadmore said, all of a sudden, Barbados has found a spark, has found some spring. Cooper looking to go square. Needs to maybe take that out of his repertoire right now. Look to hit the ball up in front of him. Doesn't want to get an under edge onto his stumps.
Yeah, he doesn't want...
Good leave. Just looking at Boucher, Denmoy, he just looks as if like he doesn't want to be there behind the stumps. I don't know. I like to see my keeper vocal, buoyant, moving, skipping, excited.
Speaking to him yesterday, he didn't seem like a naturally confident person. So maybe it's not his personality. Maybe it's not the type of personality that you would expect.
Like to see him stay down for longer in his stance. You see what we're talking about then more? Look, the ball has gone through him.
Yeah.
Chase, they're peeling for a leg before. Leg by signal. It's got to stay down. Can I see that again, Candice?
Yeah, we would love to see that one again.
Look at the way he's Denmore. Hands on his
on
knees. Look at him, Denmore. Look, he's up, he's up, he's up. No movement.
Yeah.
24 overs bowled, 73 for 2.
All of a sudden, Trinidad and Tobago, they're looking as if they're in trouble. But we want you to know that we're home this summer and we're outside. And the West Indies, they're in Jamaica for the first stop of the men's home series tour. The action will go down from June 3rd to June 14th at Sabina Park. The men in maroon will take on Sri Lanka in 3 CG United ODIs and 3 supercharged T20s. Fully loaded fan zones is back, plus there will be much more. So if you're in Jamaica, come out and rally round the West Indies. Tickets are coming soon, so stay tuned. Or visit windiescricket.com or Windies Cricket on social media for more.
Chase eased the way into the onside. And we'll just give you a live and louder roundup to let you know that Machu Nando is on 211 not out, 327 balls, 26 fours. He's now batted for 534 minutes. Jonathan Vanlan, 112 not out, 147 balls, 18 fours, and he's batted for 195 minutes. 473 for 4. Ghana Happy Eagles.
Chasing 485.
I think that's academic right now.
ARG strikes again.
Red Force lead by 111 runs here. Mohammed is on naught. Why doesn't Chase get a silly point in front of Mohammed?
Yeah, I was going to say that he needs to apply a little bit more pressure to Mohammed. Especially since he's under pressure because he's not yet scored a run in this match. And so you want him to continue to be in that nervous state, that uncertain state.
But he will have a leg slip. Because I think Chase is getting the ball to bite here.
Surround him.
Yeah. He's using his feet. No, he's not going to get that. Not going to get that. Chase just needs to put some pressure on him, get that leg slip on. The man under 45 in Bishop comes into the leg slip era. Even if Craig Brathwaite has to get just closer, even if he's not going to go to silly point, just get in there. Put Mohammed under some pressure. He's using his feet, driving in the air. Oh, almost going to Wickham. What an effort there by Kevin Wickham. It would have been a screamer. Then more.
Yeah. Didn't think it carried though. Think it just fell short of him.
It did him. That's what I said. He really was trying to come up with that Barbados feel. They smell something. Chase leading. This is real pressure situation.
Yeah, and Mohammed trying to literally beat his way out of the pressure. Almost gave his hand away there on that occasion to Wickham. So the Barbados team will have to continue to apply the pressure, especially to David Mohammed, especially now that he has not yet scored in this match. He's under tremendous pressure. Jason Mohammed, correction. He's under tremendous pressure, and he really they need to keep the pressure applied to him. And what has happened to Springer is that because Jason Mohammed is under so much pressure, it has also brought pressure on Cephas Cooper as well at the other end.
Yeah, it has. But he just called for a fresh pair of gloves. So he'll have to restart. Just want to see Joshua Bishop continuing bowling the ball into the surface. Make him play. That's the line. Worked away down the onside. Coming around here is the man himself. Warrican. Number 54. 2 runs to Cooper in the process. Bishop. Things are happening here.
Yeah, good judgment in the end, though.
Yeah.
Cooper just picking that one up, recognizing that it's just drifting away, and left it outside line of the off stump.
Comes quietly forward. All Bishop has to do is just keep bowling the ball stump to stump. This is his home ground. He knows it well. He's bowling from the right end, the CIU road end. Sort of wanted to rush Cooper there at that point in time. Flighted delivery. Out to Wickham. Barbados sensing something here. Anything that comes, they have to snatch it up. They have to take all their catches. Cooper goes back, cracks that out to Mosley. They've got protection out there. No need to try anything, Bishop. It just needs to be penetrative, just on the money, on the money. Every now and again, he tends to drag that ball down. Mohammed is on naught.
Not and under pressure.
Comes forward again. Over comes to end, one end. So chase.
And another Bajan Springer who has said that he's still interested in Test cricket is Jason Holder. And Gujarat Seema sets up sensational win to get the Titans on top of the table in the IPL. Holder had an impressive figures of 4 overs, no maiden, 20 runs, 3 wicket, as they bowled out Sunrisers Hyderabad for just 86 runs. Do you think Holder still has a place in the West Indies, maybe in Test cricket?
But if he does, then more, who would he play ahead of?
I'm asking. So you tell me.
I'm just asking. You know, it's based on what we're going to be playing. We're playing at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Then more, I don't see us playing 5 seamers or 4 seamers plus an all-rounder. We're certainly going to have to play at least 2 spinners, maybe 3 seamers, based on those tracks. It's going to be pretty interesting.
Well, I'm just saying that if Chase continues as the West Indies captain,
Jason Holder can't get in. Can't see him getting in.
then you have one of the spinners sorted.
Yeah, but Moti's going to play then
Yeah.
more. So that you got Moti Chase. Then you're going to pick 3 seamers. Are you going to turn Chase? Are you going to turn Jason Holder into a batsman who can bowl? I'm not too sure about that. But we look at the last Test team that toured, even though it was different conditions. You first have to look there to see where you're going. I know the headache for Darren Sammy would be the opening position. That is always going to be a worry. The other worry that you're going to worry about is I don't think Hope wants to keep in Test cricket. So if Hope plays, he's going to play as a batsman. And Imlak is going to be somewhat under pressure. Are they going to revert and have Hope keep a Test cricket? Those are interesting questions, conversations that will be taking place.
Personally, I don't think that he should keep at Test cricket.
Okay, all right. There we go then more.
I think personally he should bat at number 3 and be trusted and asked to go there and be our best player.
Here is the delivery played by Mohammed, just past Drake's at short leg. Drake's is very close, Denmore.
Yeah, he is.
Very, very, very close. Really intimidating. That's the sort of position that you want to see your fielder in. Springer is at first slip.
No doubt he's probably speaking into the ears
Oh, yes.
of the players as well, being so close, looking them straight in their eyes and speaking. End of another over. Jason Mohammed continues. He's faced 15 deliveries. He's yet to score. The pressure continues.
Yeah. But I think what has to happen now is that Cooper and Mohammed have to slow down Chase, because Chase is just rushing through these overs. So too is Bishop. You got to make them wait. By the time you look around, those guys they're on you.
And that's what they want. That's what Chase and Bishop wants. They want to be able to rush these batters, keep them nervous, keep them unsettled.
Quick, we're just making a slight adjustment. We've got Mosley now. So they've added more pressure on Cooper. They're going after Cooper.
And I think they recognize that since Mohammed has been there and he's not he's not turning the strike over, and he's looking nervous, looking under pressure, has not been able to score. It has also brought pressure on Cephas Cooper. So they're now hoping that they can dislodge Cooper.
Certainly. He's got to bowl the ball into the surface. This is good here by Joshua Bishop. Wicket to wicket.
What has to happen now, though, from Cephas Cooper? He has to prove that he is worthy, that he's a good player of spin, that he understands what is taking place, and that he has to fight through this little period where the Barbadians are applying pressure.
He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful with that shot. I know he likes to play that. He likes to go square.
What has been good
Cephas Cooper
to Springer in the last maybe 15, 20 minutes, last 6, 7 overs, they've cut out the boundary balls completely.
It's been a different situation here. Just on this track, you have to bowl the ball into the surface. That's well bowled. Well played by Cooper.
That's good cricket all round.
Yeah, he wasn't tempted. He really made his mind up that he was going to defend that. You remember we got out in the first innings.
Yeah, trying to hit one over the top.
Certainly won't want to go down that road again. Again, confidently forward. Made over by Bishop. Barbados, they're on a roll.
Yeah, they've dried up the runs. They've been able to take 2 wickets in that period where they've dried up the runs. The spinners have come on. They've understood the assignment that they have, that they have to not bowl any loose deliveries. They have to keep the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batters and see if they can at least get another wicket before the tea interval.
.78 for 2. Chase. If I was him, I would just get a silly point.
Well,
a man in front of the bat for Mohammed.
Well, it looked as if Mosley was going to go into that silly point position, and then they asked him to go out to the mid-off position.
Squeezed away. Eased the pressure up there. And Mohammed finally breaks the spell. He gets 2 runs as the ball being squeezed down to the third man area.
And he was able to play that shot because he didn't have the pressure in front of his eyes anymore. Mosley was looking to get the helmet to go into that silly point position, and Chase asked him to move and go into a conventional mid-off position, and that allowed Mohammed to be able to squeeze away those 2 runs.
There's appeal for a catch, but I think that came quietly off of the pad. Mohammed under some pressure. Still Denmore, even though he's got off the mark.
He's still under some pressure.
Chase has been really getting this ball to talk here. Comes quietly forward.
But I think Mohammed is a good player of spin. And I believe he's going to fight through this little period. He knows that Chase is not going to stay with this kind of pressure forever. So if he can fight through, he can survive. If he can survive this little period where Chase is bowling well, where he's not yet a little bit tired or his hands not as strong as he wants it to be. that he's going to be fine later on. So Mohammed has to fight through this little period where he's under pressure from Ruston Chase.
80 for 2. Very tense moment here before tea. Using his feet. Mosley tested, can't stop the singer. And good cricket all around. 3 runs coming out of the over. Score in the meantime goes up to 81 for 2. Cooper is on 46.
Yeah, they have slowed down the pace of the Trinidad and Tobago batters. Remember, after the first hour, they moved from 4 at the lunch and interval to 62, scoring 58 runs in the first hour or so. And since then, they've only scored just over 20 runs. So the runs have literally dried up.
A lot of cricket still to be played in this game.
You would think so. Trinidad and Tobago, they're going to want to have a big lead. If Barbados is to bat again, the Barbados team would be hoping that they can restrict Trinidad and Tobago and give themselves something within reach that they can go after.
Bowled
Ball
him.
him.
How do you feel like?
Pressure, pressure, pressure. This is what we were talking about all the time, Denmore. You got to take out looking to play the ball square, especially on this track here. And look to play the ball up in front of the V. Mohammed caught there, trying to get fancy. And Mohammed goes bowled by Bishop. He was pressing forward, he got back and just
Missed it,
exposed
yeah.
his entire stump.
Yeah, missed it completely there. And again, I think because he had those 2 fielders in front of his eyes, that man at silly point and the short leg, he thought that he needed to do something else to get the ball away from those fielders, and he was just looking to probably give himself a little room to play it a little bit squarer of the wicket, and lost his stumps in the process. And whereas he would have been hoping that Mohammed would have been able to last, Amir Django, it looks like, has to come out now before the tea interval. And this is going to be a testing 10-minute period for him. We're just about maybe 10 to 15, 14 minutes by my watch, 15 minutes by my watch away from the tea interval. So this is going to be a tricky little period for Amir Django and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
It's also going to be a very tricky period as well for Django. And I think now is the time that batter to still have to. There's just been some pressure released. Why, I don't know. All of a sudden, Batwet is. Django's are not.
Yeah, he's not yet faced the ball.
So why laying out and Wickham out?
And the man who had the helmet on for Jason Mohammed, the helmet is now behind the wicket keeper.
Couldn't understand that.
He's sending even out the long on. He sent out three men on the boundary.
Django is a not. You just picked up a wicket.
Yeah, Django has not yet faced the delivery.
I can understand if you tell me you just want laying out there, but to have Wickham behind, I don't think we needed Wickham behind. I know if Django wants to sweep, let him sweep. But the way how Bishop is bowling right now, you got to be as careful as you can. Got to attack Craig Batwet. Barbados is on top. You need to win this game. You got to take the fight to Trinidad and Tobago. You can't get defensive. He's now brought back pressure now on Cooper. Drake's is very close. There's a P for leg before. Cooper has gone into a shell,
Yeah,
Denmore.
he has made
Almost the
things,
same thing that happened in the first innings.
yeah, he's making things difficult for himself.
We've seen 3 wickets fall within the process. Beautiful spell here so far indeed from Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, he would be happy. Two wickets for 10 runs off his 6 overs so far, repaying the captain's confidence in him by bringing him on before Warwican. And like I said, I thought that the captain had a stroke of genius there because he felt that bringing on Bishop, who would have been in a confident mood, having scored 99 runs, and Bishop bowls deliveries that look to get wicket. Unlike what we saw from Warwican, who was more containing. Warwican was more bowling flat, fast, just looking to hold one end down. Thought it was a stroke of genius to bring on Bishop at the time, especially when the new ball was wasted by the opening bowlers.
Live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Guyana Harper Eagles 503 for 4. Give you more details after this delivery. In the air, just past Carl Mayers. Was he in the right position? That's where he should have been. No, in fact, it looks like it's Blades. Got to be in no man's land sometimes, then more. You got to get your angles worked out.
Does say Myers, who is standing in that position.
Clipped away for another single. So you want to hear the score, then more?
Yeah.
Nandu 219. Vanlan 133. I should send you down to ARG Denmore.
ARG.
Yeah, it's a run fest.
It's the runs machine.
We should send you down there, Denmore.
Last week when
988 runs.
Yeah, the week before when we were there, when Trinidad and Tobago Red Force played against the Leeward Islands there, Jason, our producer, was hoping that he would get an opportunity to bat. It was that flat. And it looks as if it has continued. It's been... Jason telling me that he's the curator there, he prepared that one.
He certainly did, I think.
Certainly did, 'cause that's like a runs machine.
And Jason is a runs machine.
Yeah, that's as flat as ever down there.
Well, if you got a street roller which is just rolling at the Antigua Recreation Ground, what do you think you're going to get then more? Going to get a street?
Remember when I saw it first last week, when I went in and I had a look, it was nice, flat and shine. And I was wondering why the umpires were telling me that we're going to start 15 minutes late. I was like, no, start now. Let somebody start to bat on this. But the funny thing is that some of the players had concerns. And I was so happy when I saw that track because it looked like something to make runs on.
You know the big problem that we have in Denmore, the end of chase is over, 2 runs coming out of the over, 31 bowled, 84 for 3. Our batsmen are sometimes not prepared to want to bat Denmore, so they look to complain about everything. You know, even the grass, how much grass the pitch has on. You know, it's amazing when you go at mornings and you hear the players talking, you sometimes just smile.
That's all you have to do.
You just smile. Because when they get a chance to bat, they don't want to bat. Don't want to bat. I talk about a particular game here between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands. One team makes 500 runs, and then the next team can't get past 150. How do you explain that? Game finishes in 2 days. Worked around the corner. Django is thinking about 2. No. Django is maybe going to try and see if he can slow this game down. And he's come out with a broom. So you know for sure that he's going to be sweeping. Django?
Yeah.
You can see how much of the ball.
Django himself would have played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for a couple of years as well.
And I know that at one point the Leeward Islands were also hoping to get the services of Nicholas Puran.
Oh yeah, that was always on the card then more. We really, at that point in time, Stuart Williams was the head coach. We had Nkrumah Bonner, who also came and played for us as well. Mervyn Matthew from Dominica. At one point in time, too, in the Super 50, we had Cruikshank, Cooper, a couple of players, some real players, number of players have come to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes setup, more or less. Forced away through the offside by Cooper for 4. That, I think, would bring his 50 up. 50 to the young man,
Back
his
to back.
second half century. And what a knock by the young man. 50 off 97 balls.
And what is good about this half century is that he has been through that little patch there where he was under tremendous pressure from the spinners. He was able to survive, watch the wickets fall around him, and fight his way to this half century. What he needs to do now is regroup and continue for his team.
Comes quietly forward. Sweeping away for another boundary. Badly line delivery there. Overcompensating himself there, Joshua Bishop. And Cooper pouncing on it. Getting a very comfortable boundary in the process there. Cooper now goes up to 56 with that boundary. See for Cooper 50. Some 7-4s to raise his half century. And then shortly after that got a badly line delivery which he put away nicely for his 9th boundary. So he's 8-4s within for his 50. Then he got a compensation one which he hit for 9. So he's going to be very important. Lloyd's 14, Gooley 4, Mohammed 3. And Django's come out with his broom to sweep the Barbados Pride spinners.
So far in the 3 matches that have been played at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, the teams have scored 3,172 runs on that pitch.
Well, on the various squares there.
Yeah, whatever they have played on there, in the total runs that have been scored at ARG since it's been used in this tournament, 3,172 runs and counting.
As we speak, they are 508 for 5. Give you a live and louder update. And to let you know that Jonathan Van Lan was dismissed for 133, 24s and 1-6. Colin Boyne took it, Bol Mataro, 133. And Nando is still there on 224, not out. Chase delivery going down the onside. Just a little inquiry to Carl Tuckett about something, maybe appealing for a caught behind. Flighted, squeezed away, through cover. Lane is after it, only to retrieve.
Yeah, that was pretty. That one went very quickly. It was overpitched by Ruston Chase, and the left-handed Amir Django really put that away.
Chase himself guilty of just over-tossing those deliveries.
And that's what happens. Chase has been bowling well for a while. 8 overs, 1 for 15. But just towards the end there, and I think too, maybe just a little bit of pressure taken off. I thought that the Barbados team showed Ami Django a little bit too much respect when he came out. He came out and immediately they spread the field, didn't apply any pressure to him, almost as if they say, look, Django can bat spin, so we're not going to try anything at all with him. And for me, that's a little bit of, what would you say, over-respect, maybe. A little bit too much respect for Django and his ability. Thought that they might have, even for an over or two, put some pressure on him, like how they have Cooper surrounded.
Cooper playing around that delivery. He's going to have to still keep looking up the V. Know that T is around the corner.
Yeah, and if he...
Need to maybe get him maybe a leg slip, then more.
If he's smart in this over, he would make sure that they wait on him and make sure that this is the final over before the tea interval.
Just above the eye line. Bishop just needs, he's got 3 deliveries. Just need to just get one just above the eye line of Cooper. Just never know. Just make it dip on him. Look like it's there and it's not quite there. Needs to take some deep breath, Cooper. Keep concentrating. Slow them down. Make them wait. Maybe even call Django down.
Yeah. By my watch, 2 minutes to go.
I wonder if Drakes wouldn't mind going to his right then more. The ball has just gone just to his right there. Just shift around. Stand up right in front of him. Maybe bring in Kevin Wickham. It's not tea yet.
I think this is going to be the final over before the tea interval.
Carl Tuckett is walking there. Like he's laboring up. No. Maybe just needs to maybe just get off and get a cup of tea.
Yep. Been on their feet for a long time. Maybe just come in, have a seat. Sometimes just probably remove your shoe for a couple of seconds just to make sure.
This ice box that we're in here is almost like Connecticut weather. Chase round the wicket. Django comes quietly forward. Now, if I was Chase now, could maybe think about maybe just trying to just fly then more, even if he gives away a boundary.
Certainly, this is the last over before tea.
Flatter, faster. See what's happening here. 98 for 3.
Chase is still in the game, still in the game.
Just above his eye line. Just above his eye line. You never know. Tease him. Make him think about it. Oh. Good leave, good leave.
Yeah, he picked that one up pretty early.
And that just came with straight on with the arm.
Straight on, yeah.
So it's going to be easy for Django. Yeah. Springer diving away there at first slip. That's a big effort there from Shamar Springer. Barbados will go into the tea break feeling that if they bowl more pressure deliveries, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen, and be patient as well. No need for them to try too many things. Ooh, that turned. That squared up. Django completely. Brian Charles maybe might be smiling in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force dugout when he saw that delivery.
Yeah, and he would notice, and I'm hoping that even Kyrie Pierre would have noticed that with the last wicket that he got of Warwickon, that he was a little bit of flight, a little bit slower, and allowed it to turn, and it did.
Cooper worked away into the onside. Bishop comes around. So that delivery will now signal.
T on lane number 3.
I'm not too sure. Is it?
Yes, he's removing the bails.
There we go. I have to wait, because I don't know. Carl Tuckett might tell me, Mr. Springer, your watch is wrong. Mine's is right. So a T here. On day 3, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 100 for 3. Cooper on 57 not out. 35 overs have been bowled. What an exciting session.
Yeah, it was a very
lunch.
good session. Very good session of cricket to watch. The Barbados team would have come out after the luncheon interval, not so happy because they really sprayed the ball before lunch, but afterwards they didn't have the first hour. They were a little bit ragged, but then they settled down. They got 3 wickets and made it a very exciting session. But we want folks to know that, remember, we're home this summer and we're heading to Jamaica for the first stop of the men's home series. The action will go down from June 3rd to 14th at Sabina Park. The men in maroon will take on Sri Lanka in 3 CG United ODIs and 3 supercharged T20s. The fully loaded fan zone is back, plus there will be lots more. So if you're in Jamaica, you want to come out and rally around the West Indies, tickets, they're coming soon, and you visit windiescricket.com or Windies Cricket on social media for all information. And remember, we outside home series tour. We're going to take a break for the tea interval, and when we return, we'll have more action from the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua and Barbuda.
This is TJ the Up Top Boss, representing, and I'm telling
We're getting set for the post-tea session, session after tea. It's going to be a critical session this afternoon here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The sun is still out with us, a gentle breeze blowing across the field here. And any moment now we're going to be seeing the umpires emerge and the teams. But just have a look at some of the action that took place in that post-lunch session. Some good shots played all around the ground. Beautiful shot to see Evan Lewis back driving. Really nice stroke play, two by Sifa Scooper. Evan Lewis giving a sharp chance to the slips. Should have been taken there by Kyle Mayer, someone of his caliber. Cooper continued to really look good in his innings. Anything that was short or wide, he really made them pay. And Lewis was giving out leg before. He wasn't pretty happy with that decision. And then a little period where the Barbados team took some wickets. That was Jade Gooley. Jason Mohammed trying to be a little bit cheeky after was under pressure from a spin, giving his wicket away. 3 wickets for the Barbados team in that session. 100 for 3. The total after from 35 overs bowled. 37 overs remaining in the day's play after the tea interval.
Suppose you take now.
Amir Django, who came out, and the Barbados team immediately showed him a lot of respect. Didn't really put him under pressure early. He's there on 8. Sifa Scooper not out on 57. So we're just waiting for the umpires to come. And I just want to remind us that definitely this summer lots of cricket will be happening here in the Caribbean. And remember, we're outside in Jamaica for the first stop of our men's home series tour. The action will go down from June 3rd to June 14th at Sabina Park. The men in maroon will take on Sri Lanka in 3 CG United ODIs and 3 supercharged T20s. The fully loaded fan zone is back, plus there will be much more. So if you're in Jamaica, you want to come out and rally round the West Indies. Tickets, they're coming soon. Remember to visit windiescricket.com or any of our social media pages for more information on the We Outside Home Series Tour. Look out for it coming very soon. Our umpires are walking back onto the field of play. The Barbados players, they're getting ready to resume, and they're hoping for similar amount of success, if not more, in the post-tea session. No doubt the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters and the team would have spoken during the tea interval, and they're hoping that they can relieve the pressure that they were put under by the Barbados team, especially after that first hour of the post-lunch session. So Trinidad and Tobago 137 runs to the good in terms of their lead. They're 100 for 3, and they would be hoping that they can really extend that lead and get it in a range where the Barbados team will have to either fight hard to overhaul that total or put it well beyond the reach of the Barbados Pride team. So lots to play for, lots of cricket still yet to play. If you're listening to us here in Antigua and Barbuda and you're getting off work early this afternoon and you want to come up and take in the final couple of hours of this match, you're welcome to do so up at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. During the tea interval, I just had a look outside, and there a couple of the regulars who have been here all week. They're still in their position, taking in the cricket. Not too many fans around. We look to the western side where Mrs. Turner is normally located.
She's still there.
She's still there. Haven't seen. We were expecting her to have maybe a couple more of her friends with her
They're jet lagged.
today, and they are jet lagged.
Yeah,
so.
they came in last evening, yesterday afternoon, so they're still trying to deal with the time zone.
So we're getting ready for play after tea.
Yeah, straight away. Bishop starts right after tea. The Trinidad 100 for 3, make it 101. Cooper continues along his merry way. Lane with the big powerful throw, swooping in to Joshua Bishop. The approach here now by the Barbados Pride bowling attack. They've certainly taken away most of the boundary balls, maybe you would say in the last 45 minutes of just before tea. But what they would want to do at this time now would be able to pick up wickets. I sometimes don't like people to play names. I like people to play cricket, really. What's automatically happening on the day, right in front of you. Django is back and getting a short delivery. Pulled away into the onside, coming around his lane. 2 runs. Barbados have to find that rhythm back.
Sometimes when you go on a break, you sort of lose rhythm, lose momentum. They had a good rhythm and a good momentum going before the tea interval. They have to find that back very quickly.
Stands up straight there to another Bishop delivery. Django. Django is 10. Cooper is 58. Bishop He's been having an excellent game so far. Fell short, ended on 99 not out. Here's Django back and just steering this down into the backward point area. Craig Brathwaite is after it. He doesn't have to kill himself because Django's already made his mind up that he only wants one run. Brings Cooper back into the strike. It's amazing that they're attacking Cooper and just releasing the pressure off of Django. Can't get that match kind of worked out as yet, but I don't know. I'm not Captain Craig Brathwaite or Rustin Chase, so I will just call the proceedings.
They probably know something that we don't, maybe in the way that Cooper plays spin. So they have decided that they're going to apply the pressure to Cooper more so than to Django.
If this is going to happen, I would maybe carry Drakes around and maybe bring Wickham into maybe more or less a second slip, if that's the line that Joshua Bishop is going to be bowling. Over comes to an end. The first over after tea has yielded 4 runs. And we're going about our merry way here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 36 overs bowled. Very long day. 6 bowlers used so far by the Barbados Pride. And Joshua Bishop has been really the man of the moment.
He has been, but I think that little spell from Wickham as well, even though he didn't get a wicket, he sort of unsettled the Trinidad and Tobago batters. Remember that he should have really taken the wicket of Evan Lewis, and he got him to really go into a big drive and found the edge, flew to slip.
The aggression now is gone on the opposite end, so somebody maybe might have heard us. Chase has now decided now that they're going after Django. Mid on and mid off is Wickham and Brathwaite. It's amazing how the numbers twinkle around. Chase is 10, Brathwaite is 11, and Wickham is 12. It's almost like a triangle for the Barbados Pride team. Short. Every now and again. That's real poor bowling there by Chase.
Yeah, you can't have 2 men in front of in front of Django's bat, one on the off and one on the on, and then you pull something down short and wide. No.
And he sort of just released the pressure. We were just talking about taking away the boundary ball. And my thing is just when you're just trying to so many deliveries, Chase just has to keep it simple. No need to try anything. You know you can score on this track is when the ball is off track.
And he did a good job when he was bowling to Jason Mohammed and keeping the balls in the right areas. But it just seems as if, almost as if he's playing a name when it comes to Amir Django, because he's bowled him a couple of loose deliveries, something we didn't see him do against Jason Mohammed.
He's gone down the onside now. The traditional off spinner, you just want to bowl the ball into the surface. That's what you want to do. You don't need to be trying too many things. You got to keep it as simple as possible. Simple. You may give the batsman something to think about. You got that support. You got your slip, your short leg, your silly point. You got your leg slip. Those are the lines that you want to bowl. If Django wants to hit his way out of trouble, so be it. 110 for 3. Barbados has sort of come back out after tea flat then more.
Yeah.
Short again. Punched again into the offside. Chase has just bowled round the wicket the entire game. Has not changed, not done anything different. Don't ask me why.
We saw Carrie Peer bowling a couple of deliveries from over the wicket. Sort of maybe change his perspective. And then after that he came back around the wicket and in the end was able to outfox Warwickon. But Chase, once it's a left-hander, he has decided that he's going to go around the wicket and he has not changed that at all.
Just to let you know, Denmore, I hope you might maybe hustle down to Nevis for the weekend. The Leeward Islands Masters T20 tournament is in Charlestown, Nevis, from the 22nd to the 24th. 7 teams.
I've been trying desperately to get them to take me on as a
PRO?
yeah, something. Find a way to get me on that tour, on those tours. But they've resisted me for quite a while.
Maybe
They say if I come, I have to play. At my age now, I don't want to play. I just want to lime.
Certainly.
On those kind of Masters tour, I need to know where the game is and where the bar is located. That's
Here's a delivery here from Joshua Bishop.
But Nevis is a wonderful place. I've been there, twice? I think I've been there 2 times and I've enjoyed myself both times.
Yeah. Django, short delivery there from Bishop. Helped around to Wickham. Fires his return back to Boucher. So there are 2 zones, Denmore. Zone A, defending champions Antigua and Barbuda. St. Croix, St. Kitts, and Anguilla. And then Zone B, host country Nevis, St. Martin. Pretty interesting. Come back to that, Denmore. I'll give you the zones again. Squeeze away into the offside. But I can let you know the fixture. So we have 3 teams taking part. And so you will have 7 teams, like I said, Denmore. St. Croix, St. Kitts, St. Thomas, St. Martin, Nevis, Antigua, Anguilla. Big tumbling, try to save there. And they come back quite easily for 2. Good work there by Lane, running around like a 400-meter sprinter with his long legs.
Has a good throw as well, which is
Certainly.
important.
Certainly. I'll give Denmore the zones again so that he can be able to have an idea. Maybe just let me just send Denmore the information for his sports program as well too.
Certainly. Would appreciate that.
So Zone A, Denmore, defending champions Antigua and Barbuda. And then you have Anguilla and St. Croix, all decked into one packed zone there. They've got 3 days of intense cricket. When you look at it, I think it's going to be a very, very good tournament. They're playing at the El Camino Willett Park. The first man from the Leeward Islands to play Test cricket, El Camino Willett. Then you have the VO Gen grounds, and you also have the Brownhill grounds. Yeah, they've just done some work over there. Brownhill, as you know, one of the top cricketing villages in Nevis. Who produced the likes of people like Clifford Bumbo Walwyn. You would have heard that name, right?
Yes, I've heard that name before.
Yeah, been around for some time. Bernard Thompson, do you remember that name? Nutsy. Do you remember Nutsy, the opening batsman from Nevis? Tall, Rastaman, Calypsonian. Yeah, was a fighter for Nevis cricket. But it's going to be exciting. 1 region, 1 game. 3 days of non-stop action. 7 teams. Opening day. Antigua and Barbuda defending champions taking on St. Croix, the El Camino Willett Park at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. St. Kitts taking on Anguilla at VO Gen grounds. And then later on, you'll have at the El Camino Willett Park at 2 p.m. Nevis taking on St. Martin. So it's going to be exciting action. Let me send this information one time to Denmore. so he can be able to promote the Leeward Islands Masters competition taking place in Nevis, 22nd to the 24th of March. It's going to be cricket action.
I wonder if Wilden Cornwall is going to get into that team this year. I know he's been urging or searching to try and get on to that squad. But Chase continues to battle away. He's around the wicket, trying to outfox Amir Django. He has one slip in place and a man at short leg. Has Myers catching in that very short extra cover position. He also has a man at point. Cover is on the boundary. Here is striking him on the pad. Loud appeal is given him leg before. So he's come forward. Chase was confident. Django missed one that was cutting back at him. And he has to go. Django walks away. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force losing their fourth wicket. 114 for 4. Amir Django goes back. LBW to the bowling of Chase. Yeah, that one pitched in line and went the other way. Went the traditional off spin way. Django missed it completely, struck on the back leg, and umpire Carl Tuckett raised that index finger. That's the end of Amir Django. Brings out the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain Joshua Da Silva, and Barbados Pride fighting back here. They've gotten their fourth wicket. It's now 114 for 4. Amir Django. LBW Chase for 19 of 34 deliveries. And he struck 2 fours. Batted for some 30 minutes.
So right after tea, Denmore, it normally happens. It happens sometimes during breaks. It's either before lunch, after lunch, after the first hour play. Sort of pressurized situation. Get a silly point in front of this man. You gotta apply some pressure. Barbados have to operate that day on top.
They are. Because if they are able to get another wicket or two, they are quickly into the Trinidad and Tobago tail enders.
Don't like you using that word then, more tailenders. Some of the folks like Brian Charles and company and Jade the Seals will tell you, we're not a tailender. We can hold things up.
My good friend Stevenson Worm wrote a book about cricket in terms, and I saw the word tailender in it, in my copy.
It's almost like the same thing, Demo. You know, I always try to, when I heard you guys talking about cow corner, I've never seen a cow over in that corner yet. So let's try and figure out when you guys starting to talk about cricket in terms, you know, telling me about cow corner. I've never seen a cow over there. But, you know, we got this term, cow corner. You know, it's just amazing.
It is amazing, some of the terminology used in cricket. Remember someone asked me one time, why do you call the point silly?
Mm-hmm.
And I had to tell the person, well, in my mind, you have to be silly to feel there.
Yeah, you certainly have to. Either point or either one. Either one. You just got to be silly. And short leg, you know, you always hear that. Yeah. It's just amazing sometimes then more the terminologies that were used when they were creating these cricket field positions. It'd be pretty interesting when you do your analysis and you look through and you understand. But
maybe even understanding why they would have called some of the field placements as they are listed, as they are termed.
Yeah. Cooper, he's on 60. He's seen 4 wickets fall around him. Now he's decided to sweep. And it gets a boundary.
Yeah, he swept well.
Yeah.
Made good contact on that one and picked up himself a boundary.
Bishop has to go back to what he did just before tee. He bowled the ball into the surface. Think he's going searching for wickets now. And that to me has just been his problem. Every time he's tried to go searching for wickets, he's gone offline. And straight away, what do you think happened just a while ago there? Picked up a boundary quite easily. Just bowl the ball into the surface. That's all he has to do. He's been successful so far, Bishop. He needs to keep it simple. Don't try anything. Back on target again. I'd like to see him maybe come between the umpire and the stump anyhow. Joshua Bishop, something he did well when he was playing with the West Indies Academy. I think El Comida Willett was a master of that. He executed that well. Singleton being squeezed out. Just bowl the ball in the surface. Don't try anything. 119 for 4.
120 for 4. They actually ran 2 on that occasion.
That's funny in the manual scoreboard. They weren't working with me at all.
They really pressed through for 2 on that last one. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain was really sprinting down to get back for that second run.
So the score you think they're thinking about, Denmore?
I think Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be hoping that they have at least 250 runs in the lead. If they were to be bowled out in this second innings, they would want to get a score where they have in excess of 250 in the lead, because I think anything below that, the Barbados Pride are going to think that they're in with a chance to overhaul that total. So Trinidad and Tobago have to be mindful. They only 157 runs in the lead, so they still need at least another 100 runs, I would think.
This is still a good batting track, Denmore. Just like to get Chase to just get Joshua De Silva to just come onto his front foot. That link can afford to stay on his back foot and just wait around, just above his eye line. Make him come forward. Want to use the feet? That's it.
He's
dropped it. Ah. That's what I was talking about. Bring him on his front foot. Drakes puts one down.
Again, just not very sharp in that short leg position. The second time we've seen a ball go to him in the close range, and he just does not hold on to it.
Gotta take those. You gotta take the captain. That would have been, as they would say in cricket in terms, as Denmore was talking about, the big fish.
Yeah.
He's gone back to flatter, faster delivery. Get it there. Can afford to do that. To get a silly point right in front of.
He needs to remember what he did,
Joshua De Silva,
especially with that delivery that he dismissed Amir Django.
Clipped away in the onside. Lane comes around. Gets an easy single. Gotta take your catches.
Now is a critical moment in this match, because Captain Joshua Da Silva is under pressure. His team is only 158 runs or so ahead. They're losing wickets at regular intervals. The Barbados team, they have their tail up. And now it's going to be a very critical moment. I think if Drakes would have taken that one off Josh De Silva, Barbados would have been really right back up in this game.
Ken worked away into the onside. Very Cooper. Real mental test here for him. How does he cope? How does he handle the pressure? He's seeing wickets fall on the other end. 4 in all. And almost saw his captain walk back. This game is such a dreadful game. It's quite amazing. I was supposed to send something to Denmo, did I?
If you look at the scorecard there, just look at Joshua Bishop there falling agonizingly short, and he was 99 not out. They probably just need to put a little star beside that 99 to suggest that it was not 99 out. He was left stranded on the 99, and he got to 99. His last wicket peer partner, Jamel Warrican, was dismissed.
Bishop has to just go back to his normal trend. Just pull the ball into the wicket. Anything possible. Just pull it into the wicket. Lane is coming in. A little sort of overbalance there is Joshua De Silva.
He has a tendency to push at those deliveries
I think he could just relax just with
rather
his
than
top hand.
relaxing and allowing them to come onto him.
That is his method of playing spin. Don't want one to just bounce on you or kick on you. He's looking to undrive. Mid-on in the middle of Batwit. At mid-on was a not alert this time. 121 for 4. Game on. Goes back, can't beat Wickham at backward point. Still can't beat Wickham at backward point. Maybe just like Joshua De Silva to look to punch those balls up the V some more rather than looking to go square. Don't want one to squirt under his bat like Mohammed. Made over by Joshua Bishop.
That's what he has to do. Keep the pressure up. Keep up the pressure. Keep the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batters. Don't give away any runs to release the pressure. Keep them thinking. Keep them under pressure. And hope. Keep hope alive. Joshua Silva is not out there. He's only on 1. So he's still in the vulnerable state. Vulnerable stage of his batting. So very well done to bowl that maiden over to keep him really under pressure.
Cooper is squeezing this one down to the third man area. Springer is after it. They'll only get 1 run. Brings Joshua De Silva back in. And will the pressure be? Yes, the pressure. No, no one in front of his batter. Still would like to see them even bring the man up in the 45, maybe into a leg slip, because Chase is getting the ball to bounce and turn, really. See, but Joshua De Silva is very comfortable with that link. Want to bring him onto the front foot. Man on the 45 coming around there. Looks like Joshua Bishop. Interesting period of play here. Barbados need wicket. He's hoisting that. Where is that gone? It's gone all the way.
Yeah.
For 6. Nice use of the feet there. And Carl Tuckett just getting up on his left leg with both his left and right hand up in the air. And maneuver. And Gale just acknowledging.
I think a couple more like that. And very soon he will see those 2 men that are on his bat be removed.
Chase has to keep going. Keep going. Down the onside. The ball is getting every now and again. Chase just trying something different. They get 2 runs in the process. Badly lined delivery. That length De Silva is very comfortable in playing off of his back foot. Two-leg buys instead. Signal by Carl Tuckett.
Like Bice.
Yeah,
Thought that took the bat.
I thought he did it. Also, I waited, but he
Yeah,
turned around and waved. So
We'd love to see that again.
again, he's back and turning that again. Chase just drifting with more Midland leg line. Over comes to an end. Score goes up to 131 for 4.
Valuable contributions all round when we look at that scorecard. 5 batters getting half century so far. Nobody getting over the line to that 3 figures. The closest we've had, Joshua Bishop, with that 99 and not out. Falling agonizingly close to that century. Century which he would have thoroughly deserved, because he really played well.
Stayed away. Wickham is after it. Putting his body on the line right there. I think he might have just flicks himself up there, trying to stop it with his left hand. But it just jarred the index finger into the ground. And there are certain parts of this outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, especially like in the 30-yard circle area. It's almost like a golf course shape feel. Very quick, so you gotta keep your eyes on the ball at all times.
And I must say the grounds staff here has done well. When I say have done well, because we have not had rain in Antigua for a little bit. Any rain to really talk about. It's more of a drought conditions, and
I'll tell you something then more that you may be amazed about why you still see up here look this good. At some point in time, you might not have rain where you are in Alberta, but rain tends to fall on the northern side within this area. It might not be for long, but you'll get something.
because we haven't had rain where I live for quite a while.
Yeah, you'll get a sharp shower maybe in the morning, maybe for about 30 minutes or so, especially on the northern side here. And I say that because I live in the Coolidge area, not too far from here, Denmo. So sometimes you'd be able to hit that in the air, pass lane for 4, over toss delivery there. Now think Bishop wins searching there. Gotta stick to the plan. Still just keep the pressure. Allow him.
I think that has been the problem for the Barbados Pride throughout this game, that the bowlers have not been able to be consistently doing the same thing for extended periods. They tend to try something.
Squeezed away into the outside. And that comes to Denmore from normally sometimes in the competition that you're playing in. You just think that you can try things and, you're trying to buy a wicket, you can get a couple of wickets and you overcompensate, lose the plot.
139 for 4. See if a scooper continues. He's on 72. Amir Django had a quick, little breezy 19.
Think it's time enough now for Warrigan? I know
Maybe not yet. Still, let me tell you why. Because I think that the Barbados Pride are still trying to look an additional wicket.
I think Warrigan can get that additional wicket for you. I think Bishop is you can't go try searching for wickets. Gotta still keep containment. Gotta build that pressure. Chase has gotta get back onto his lines. Clipped away.
I'm actually looking to see if Warrican is actually on the field.
I think he is. Let me see if I can find him for you.
Because I'm looking around and I'm not seeing him.
Look, Warrigan right in front of us right here, Denmore. Can't miss him, Denmore. Clipped away. Right down to Wickham. You don't see him yet, Denmore?
No.
Look, he's right in front of you, right here at mid-off. Look.
That's actually saying on the shirt.
That's Warrican.
It is Warrican.
Come on,
It
Denmore.
looks a little bit heavy from this. Yeah, he looks a little bit. That's why I've been missing him, because I've been looking for a slimmer guy. Looks a little bit fuller.
And walking, of course, in front of the side screen is Spliff. Is like he's dropping asleep. Baldwin Spliff Anthony.
Yeah, he was one of the fans over there in the stand that I saw during the tea interval.
Another easy single. Yeah, the lines have been, Barbados have just gone off the radar. They've just seemed to have got ruffled. Ever since that drop catch, eh?
Yeah, maybe after this over, maybe an over 2. If nothing happens, then maybe it would be time to give Warrican a go. I think what they don't want to happen is that they don't want Joshua Da Silva to really get in and start to see his eye in and settle in, because then he could be very dangerous and look to take the game away from the Barbados team.
Not if you bowl in the right areas. See, he's comfortable, Denmore. That link, he'll punch the ball away all the time. You got to bring him onto his front foot. Let him drive you. He's a player.
I agree.
He plays late, and so you just work the ball around in those areas. And the link so far here by Chase to the Silvers just not been good at all.
No, it has not been.
Still trying to work out some of the field placings that Chase really want as well too. It's gone behind square for 4. Lines have just been poor. Still trying to figure out what Chase is really trying to work on here. Get the batsman to drive the ball down the ground. Anytime you're offline and you're bowling where a batsman can hit you forward and behind, means that your lines are poor.
She has bowled 14 overs though, so maybe it's time just to give him a little bit of a breather. Give someone else an opportunity, maybe from this end. And then maybe look to bring him back a little later.
The lead is 184. You always have to be mindful about that. Can't afford to let the game run away from you. At one point in time, just before tea, Barbados crouched themselves right back into this game. And now they've just gone to sleep.
And you've pressed the button that you're linked to Craig Brathwaite, because we see Warrican now coming in.
You need somebody now to build some pressure, to put that pressure back down on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. See what's happening there?
Yep.
That's what Warrican is going to do. He's going to be at those pads. He's going to be bowling wicket to wicket. We've seen when you come from the CIU road end, once you bowl the ball between wicket and wicket, it tends to, every now and again, one tends to skip low. This is day 3.
Warrican is someone we haven't really discussed in terms of even the West Indies setup. He's named as the vice captain.
It's very hard for him to get in. The way how Moti's bowling right now, Denmore, unless they're up for options of playing 3 spinners, can't see Warrican getting in ahead of Chase and Moti if Chase is in the team.
So then the question is he keeping out someone else by being named vice captain and being a part of the squad when he's really not expected to play?
Well, he was also dropped to Denmore, so don't forget that, right? Remember, he didn't play. So you also got to weigh up the consequence. I don't know what's going to happen for this series coming around.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. He's named vice captain. He hasn't played, really, too many of the games. So is he really needed in the squad?
You'll have to ask the coach that. Springer caught napping, caught on the heels there, Springer.
And he throws it away. He's going to
And
get some overthrows, but the
I think
captain,
the Silver went too far.
Silver, yeah, he wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah, but it was difficult for him as well too. He was just thinking about trying to scurry to get home. He was praying that Springer didn't hit the stumps.
Sprinting through.
Now the mid-on and the mid-off, they have to be tighter. Springer is just, I just feel, just too deep. Gotta get in tighter there. Over comes to an end. Barbados, they just look for a moment as if, like, I don't want to say that they've given up. I think they've almost just like lost that momentum.
Yeah, but they have to stay in with it. They have to at least stay in. Remember that they're still trying to dislodge this Trinidad and Tobago pair or make further inroads into Trinidad and Tobago batting. And until the runs get, well past 250, maybe even 300, they're still in the game. So they have to think that way.
Catches win matches.
Certainly.
If you don't take them, another team will make you pay. Cooper merrily going about his business. 78 from 129
they're going to take an
delivers.
opportunity to give Chase a little bit of a break.
Don't think Chase is coming off with the ball then more. He's cemented that this is his end and he's going to bowl. It's changed now, Denmore.
Just one. He's going to go around the wicket now.
He's out like before. He played around a straight delivery, trying to get fancy and cheeky. The Trinidad and Tobago captain, it hit him on the right pad, and he's outsmarted by Ruston Chase.
Yeah, Chase just going around the wicket. I'm not sure what Joshua Da Silva was trying to do there on that occasion.
The presentation of the bat then more.
Yeah, really missed one that was right on the line of
Punch the
middle
ball.
stump. Not
Punch
sure
the
what he
ball.
was trying to do there because it was a nothing shot.
Yeah, but just punch the ball down the ground then more. That's what you want to do. Look to hit it down the V, mid on, mid off. He's come around the wicket. You just make the adjustment in your stance. You stand up straight and you punch that down the ground. Don't try to get fancy. It's not going to work. It's gone back in the hut. 148 for 5.
So Trinidad and Tobago still short of that 200-run lead. And I am firmly of the belief that anything below 250,
It's gettable.
Barbados are going to look to overhaul that total. So this pair is going to be important because in the first innings, Carey Peer didn't look very confident when he came out to bat, especially when he came out. Carey Peer didn't look the part. So Terence Hines is pretty much the last of the Trinidad and Tobago specialist batters.
And he's dangerous.
He is dangerous.
If he gets going, I don't think right now Chase needs. I see Chase is sending the mid off, which he's sending. I don't like this. Tell me why is Wickham going? He's just coming. He's a naught. Make him work for every single run. So I wonder if he really wanted Wickham to be back on the long on boundary. Let me check here.
He does, but he's sending in. He's put it in a leg slip.
Chase to Hines. Hines comes casually forward. Hines looked like a wounded soldier, Denmore.
Yeah, he's looked that way since he rolled that ankle. The afternoon, on the afternoon of day one, I think. Since then, he's just looked a little bit banged up.
He's going to fight. Comes quietly forward.
I think he knows that they have not gotten enough runs on the board as yet. They don't have enough that they can say that they've battered the Barbados side out of this one.
Outside the line of the leg stump, you can't get that chase.
Yeah, that one seemingly like it pitched well outside the line of the leg stump.
Don't think you'll be able to convince umpire Carl Tuckett about that one. Plus you're round the wicket as well. A lot of chatter taking place now. Barbados have to be disciplined. They have to land the ball in the right areas. Squeezed away for a single. Pressure eased up. Hines is off the mark. The score in the meantime goes up to 149 for 5. 149 for 5. 47 overs bowled. Chase 3 for 42. And Bishop 2 for 41. It's been the Bishop and Chase show. 5 wickets between them. The opening bowlers were just not effective at all. Lane never turned up to the party. Springer was excellent. So too was Kyle Mayers for some portions. And now Warrican will be looking to get into that wicket column as well. If Barbados could just break this partnership here, send back Cooper and Hines, they'll be in the conversation. Could see this game going right down to the wire. Don't know if we'll get a Tantimore affair, but you never know. Forward is Hines.
It's going to be important how Hines approaches this innings.
Yeah. Walken is going to be tight and at the stumps. If he's going to play that way, then maybe just get a man up in front of him. Hines. Tongue the onside. Every time he bowls that arm ball, 10 more.
Yeah, since yesterday we've seen that.
They continue to get runs. Could somebody please tell Boucher to get both gloves up and catch the ball?
Boucher will tell you, Springer, that you don't understand modern day game.
Well, I know the keeper has the hardest job then more, not the easiest job.
He's going to tell you that little behind back flick is all a part of the modern way of wicket keeping.
150 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 151 for 5. Over comes to an end. And Warrican completes his second over, not for 3. 7 bowlers used so far in the process. Hines. All of a sudden, Cooper's just seen a lot of wickets fall.
Yeah, he's looked on from the other end. He's seen all 5 wickets fall because he's been there from the start.
In both innings, he's just been sometimes a normal spectator.
But I think he's going to continue to be an important part of what takes place in this game because he has to continue. He's already set, he's on 78. He has to continue to score. He has to find ways to turn the strike over.
Squeezed away into the outside for a single.
Something that he's done pretty well this innings, squeezing that ball into the offside field and getting that easy single.
Just to give you a live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground, Guyana Harpy Eagles are 580 for 6. Machu Nando, 237. Caught Boeing Tuckett, Bowl Rivaldo Clark for 237, 361 balls. He batted for 587 minutes and hit 29 boundaries. He's an E4 brand ambassador. And so Ravi Wara at Sports Zone in the United States of America will be smiling. 237. Forward is Hines. Vanland 133. Richie Luke North is on 39 not out. And Moti is on a quick fire 18 so far. Between them, they've hit 7 fours and 1 6. Pressure continues on the West Indies Academy. Meanwhile, here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, this may be a late flight gets ready to leave the VC Bird International Airport. Hines comes forward. Bat and pad very close together, and the good thing about Hines' technique is that he gets his bat right in front of his pad. You know the law has changed these days then more, so you can no longer be padman.
Yeah.
Doesn't work anymore. You've been told that you have to play the ball with your bat.
The ball with your bat.
I'll give you a story, Denmore, about Desmond Haynes. Played away, overcomes to an end. 3 for 43 from 16 chase. Remember Desmond Haynes came to St. Kitts. St. Kitts' team was going across to Bermuda for a tour, and Desmond was in St. Kitts on a coaching stint. I remember one day he came up to me and he said, Springs, all the right-handed batsmen, tell them to take off their left pad. And everybody thought that was the most craziest thing that he was talking about. He says, you got a bat, right? Just use your bat. Don't worry about anything. Use your bat. Keep on your right pad, but take off your left pad.
I've never been a fan of hiding that bat behind the pad and playing it with the pads. I've always felt that you should be looking to play with the bat, not the pads.
And I think that's where you have a temperament and lack of technique then more when we're now instituting about power hitting as compared to you can't hit the ball then more if you don't watch the ball. You know, so if you just go to the nets and all, you're just figuring out how far you're going to hit the ball. You have to watch the ball. And there's going to come up a ball where you're going to be playing a cricket game and you have to defend it. So you have to learn how to defend.
Agreed.
I don't care how far you hit the ball, you're still going to get 6 and you're still going to get 4. How long has our good friend has been batting then more? Let's go look for and see what's going on here. Cooper, because Cooper, he's really conditioned for this. And maybe as you would say,
193 minutes so far in this innings.
It's been a long time. Almost looking like a Tejan and Chandapal innings being played here.
Remember, he came in before that luncheon interval.
There you go.
About 20 minutes before lunch. And he's still there.
Still there.
Still there. Now is, by my watch, 6 minutes to 4. So he's been there for quite a while.
Yeah. Warken is going to do this all day then more.
Roughly 315 3 hours and 15 minutes in total of batting so far, official batting.
Yeah, sort of lost his timing there. Didn't step out into that one, and straight away he waves to the pavilion to indicate that he wants a new pair of gloves. He's maybe not satisfied with those gloves. 50 overs bowled, 152 for 5. Cooper has faced 136 balls so far, 99 dot balls, 12 fours. As Denmore said, 196 minutes and counting. Outside of Evan Lewis, nobody else has really spent some time within. Lewis batted for 89 minutes. Here's a delivery just stopping on Terrence Hines.
Yeah, when you look at it, Jason Mohammed, Jed Gooley, Amir Django, and even Captain Joshua De Silva will all be disappointed in the amount of time they spent at the crease.
Flatter, faster. But Hines is just contented to just play the ball right to the short mid-wicket fielder, Jamal Warrican. Flighted delivery.
Ruston Chase has not really done anything to get these 3 wickets other than be consistent, you know. He's just tried to be consistent, bowl his off spin maybe once or twice, like we see now, just change his line of attack. But because of his consistency, that's why he has been able to get the 3 wickets.
Going down the onside again, trying to turn Hines around. Lane, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 25 runs, no wicket. Kyle Mayers, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, no wicket. Shamar Springer, 5, 2, 8 not. Chase in his 17th over. Forward is Hines.
And you look at how Amir Django and even Joshua De Silva got out to him. Lazy strokes, both of them.
I think he got into the heads of maybe Django especially. Changes again. Comes round the wicket now to the right-hander Hines. Springer's gone wide at first slip. New pair of gloves comes out from Joshua James. And some water. Just to continue the bowling figures. Kevin Wickham, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, no wicket. Ruston Chase, 17 overs, 1 maiden, 43 runs, 3 wickets. And Joshua Bishop, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 41 runs, 2 wickets. Warrican looking to start his 4th over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 runs, no wicket. 1 for 64, Lewis. 2 for 71, Gooley. 3 for 81, Jason Mohammed. 4 for 114, Django. 5 for 140, 5 for 148, De Silva. And Cephas Cooper, not out 79, 137 balls, 12 fours. He's batted for 199 minutes. He gets a new pair of gloves, and we'll be looking to restart his innings again. How many times we'd have seen that Board bat out of Port of Spain. Looking to squeeze this one into the offside. No runs.
Barbados continues to keep the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team by drying up those boundaries, which is a good thing.
Forward again is Cooper. 152 for 5. Lead is 189. Warken gets through his overs very quickly. This can sometimes get boring for you. One thing for sure, Warken is going to be on the money. He's not going to try anything. Toss that up, but Cooper was not interested. Over 52 comes to an end. Maiden over from Jomal Warrican.
Even though it's just a little bit less than 50% of the runs that have come in terms of boundaries, because we've had 74 runs scored between 4s and 6s in this innings. I think for in the early part, when we had the seamers on, more of the boundary balls came in that period. Since then, they've sort of dried up the boundaries for a little bit, and that has kept the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batters.
Don't like having Wickham down on the long run boundary. Denmark. Chase.
So you would prefer to have him in a regular mid-on position?
Yes. Gotta build pressure. You have to build pressure.
But I think the Barbados thinking would be that they don't want they bring him up in the circle or closer, and then the batters are able to go over the top. They still want to think about controlling the runs. Because as you can see, with the way that the spinners are getting the ball to churn and on the pitch now, they are mindful that if they get too many to chase, that Trinidad and Tobago are going to have that option of the spinners as well. So they're probably trying to limit the number of runs that the Trinidad and Tobago team has in the lead.
Forward is Hines. So they've been able to string together some overs, which is sort of cool things down here. Game nicely poised.
Trinidad and Tobago batters have to be very careful, especially just now with Hines going on the back foot to that delivery that kept a little bit low from Chase.
Sort of length away from Chase. Maiden over again in the process. So string of maidens. Score remains on 152 for 5. The lead still 189.
Barbados Pride would be pretty happy with that they're able to dry up the runs for the Trinidad and Tobago team. So even though they're not getting wickets at the present time, the Trinidad and Tobago team has not been able to add too many runs to their total. Remember that when they were leading by 187 some time ago, they now just added 2 runs since then. That's almost maybe a 10-15 minute period that they have not really scored any runs. Hines has been there for in excess of 20 minutes. And he's only scored 3 runs, faced 26 deliveries.
152 for 5. It's now 4-4 here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. Chase is signaling to the dugout that he wants some water, maybe some electrolytes. On the easy scale, it's been a very, very, very hot day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Forward once more.
This week here in Antigua and Barbuda, Springer, is actually Nurses and Teachers Week.
Two very important personals in the life of any country. The sacrifices made by these individuals are priceless.
Yep. I just want to wish both all the professionals, people who I know in both professions, all the best this week. I know today is what they're calling here in Antigua and Barbuda Teachers Union Day. This is the day when they're trying to bring awareness of the union, and they're also selling paraphernalia. Because this year the Antigua and Barbuda Union of Teachers, they're celebrating 100 years of existence.
Congratulations, Denmore.
Yep.
I'm trying to see if I can count 100 on my hand. 2,
It's difficult.
3, 4.
And I've been a part of the union for 32 years of the 100, 32 of the 100 years.
I wasn't even born when the union was formed. Can you
No,
imagine that?
no, my mommy wasn't even a thought at that time. When the union was formed, my grandma was just being born.
Another maiden over completed there by Warrican. So Barbados stringing together. And all of a sudden now, Trinidad and Tobago's gone into a rut, a sort of defensive rut.
They haven't been able to score for several overs now, and they have to find a way to break this shackle. Good ball again by Ruston Chase. He's had a good spell. And again, what has been special about this spell is his consistency. He's not really tried too many things. So he's just tried to be consistent, put the ball in the good areas for long periods, and force the Trinidad and Tobago batters to make the mistake.
Left alone there by Hines. Something that I've not seen Boucher execute Denmore is that since Chase has gone round the wicket, he's still not shifted and maybe moved the left foot more, so it's more or less like he's peeping in a way. He's being blindsided. And he has to be careful. I think he has to stay down a lot longer, because you can maybe have one that coming up too early, one could maybe just go under your bat. Has to stay down for a longer period.
Chase continues to be bothersome to Terrence Hines. Don't think Hines is reading him right now.
Simply because he's coming round the wicket to him, so it's almost like on his blind side. At that point in time, he made the adjustment.
Yeah, he did.
And got the stride out.
Yes, he did.
So he's a thinking cricketer. He's learning the game, recognizes when he gets into trouble, goes back to the basics.
And that is what you want all cricketers to be able to do. Recognize that, assess the situation, realize what is happening, and go back to the basics. Go back to what you would have learned as a youngster. How do you defend? How do you attack? How do you play certain balls? How do you survive in certain situations? That is going to be important at this stage.
Now, I know you we talked about Denmore, about Warwican coming on here. But I know sooner rather than later, Quick Batter has got to be thinking about getting Bishop back into the attack. Warwican has done his job, so he can rotate between Warwican and Bishop. We've got so far that Warwican, this is going to be 6th over. So you can afford to maybe give him one more and get Bishop back into the attack, who, as you rightly said, is an attacking bowler.
Yeah, he still has to try and get another wicket or 2 or 3 to really keep Barbados into this game. Because I'm still of the opinion that anything short of 250, Barbados will have an opportunity to go for the victory.
Driving Cooper. This has been the first run for a very long time, Denmore.
Yeah, he's in the 70s for quite a while. I think this is probably his 80th run.
Yeah, he now goes to 80.
It's been, remember when we were last discussing him, he was on 78. That was some while ago. So he's only scored 2 runs, maybe in the last 10, 15 minutes.
Maybe even more.
Yep. It's been one of those afternoons that the Trinidad and Tobago team, they have to assess the situation because they've lost key wickets. They've lost the bulk of the people who have made runs for them. Jit Gooley, who's always been amongst the runs. Amir Django and Joshua De Silva, the double century makers. And I think they have to assess the situation a little bit more because, like I've said, based on what I saw in the first innings in terms of the way that Carey Pear looked, didn't look confident at all when he came out. And we didn't get anything as well from Anderson Phillip. So, basically this is probably the last real recognized pair for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Charles might not like to hear you say that. Jaden Seals. Over comes to an end. And at the end of this over, 56 overs, 153 for 5, we will take a Dasani water break. Cooper is not out on 80. And the man batting here, Terrence Hines, is not out on 3. So we'll take a Dasani water break and we'll be back in a short while.
This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing.
So we're back here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. And we just want to remind you that we outside in Jamaica for the first stop of the men's home series tour. The action will go down from June 3rd to June 14th at Sabina Park. The men in maroon will take on Sri Lanka in 3 CG United ODIs and 3 supercharged T20s. Fully loaded fan zone is back, plus there will be much more. So if you're in Jamaica, you want to come out and rally around the West Indies. And remember, tickets are coming soon, and you want to check out windiescricket.com or Windies Cricket on all our social media pages. On the We Outside Home Series Tour.
Heard it there from Denmore. Chase continuing from the media center in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Hines comes quietly forward. In fact, it's Cooper who, how many times you've seen that bat being stroked away. He's knuckling down. It's been a true test of mental concentration here for Cooper. And if he's anything to Brittany Cooper. Gets another single, so he gets off strike. Gone up to 81 now.
You have to find a way to break the stranglehold that the Barbados team has had on these two batters. You need to probably just look for that one bad ball and look to put it away. And do so consistently, and then maybe.
There's not been many Denmore in this partnership.
At least not from Ruston Chase. He's had a good spell. And like you said, he's decided that he's holding on to that ball and he's not letting it go.
Steered away past Springer, racing away down to the third man area. Joshua Bishop, who looks like a wounded soldier after 3 days, labels after it. He maybe can't wait to get a nice bat later.
Yeah. Would have been probably happier in the field if he had gotten that last run, that single run that he needed for that century.
On drive down the ground for an easy single.
But I don't think he should be worried too much about that. If it was a situation where he had never gotten to the 3 figures before, and then he fell short and maybe felt that, you know, that might have been his opportunity, but no doubt other opportunities will come. And he's done it twice before.
Yes.
So he knows that he has the ability to get to that triple digit mark. But maybe he will be looking back at maybe some of those singles that he refused, some of the opportunities that I felt that Warwick had showed that he was confident enough that he could have probably taken.
Anthony Gregg, good afternoon to you. Asking Mark, Sean Devers is in Ghana. Sean is looking at both screens. Akeem Green.
Hope Sean is doing well.
Here he is. Tonight being Tuesday, you know, the talking point is going to be with Andrew Mason later.
Yeah, he's going to have his show on later. I wonder who he's going to have on as his guest this evening. Andrew, if you're listening, you can probably send me a WhatsApp. Let me know who will be on your show later.
For sure, he'll be talking to somebody out at the Barbados camp about their chances of dismissing Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe he might try and get Ryan Emmerich to get his view. Trinidad on a campaign to capture their first 4-day championship in 20 years. Something that has been eluding them for some time. The Red Force.
Yeah, but they're making it a little bit of a heavy weather right now, in the sense that they've lost wickets. The scores has really dried up. The scoring has dried up.
Here is a boundary that Denmore was asking for. Carted away there by Warwick, and it kept low. But the good thing about it is that Hines kept his eyes on the ball, got deep into the crease, and watched it all the way. Look at it. Beautifully played by Terence Hines.
Yeah. Might not be the textbook exact type shot that you would have seen, but it was very effective. And like you said, what was important there is that he kept his eye on the ball and executed it well.
You can't always worry about the textbook then, no? You worry about the finished product.
Agreed. It's like cooking. Sometimes, a little bit of inspiration can come separate to what the ingredients say.
It's almost like education as well to Denmore.
All the time.
Sometimes the students teach you, the teacher.
Students teach you a lot more times than you teach them. You'd be surprised.
61 for 5.
You'd be surprised sometimes that you're teaching a lesson and one comment from a student inside a lesson changes the whole trajectory of where you wanted to go and what you wanted to do.
But
and a whole lot of learning takes place on both sides, you and them.
But that's good for you as an experienced teacher, Denmore. There are some other teachers who shut down those students.
No, you got to leave the door open for different thought, different ideas, and use every moment as a teaching moment.
That's a big word, Denmore. Teaching moment.
Yes.
It's not everybody understands that. More pressure here. Denmore, Cooper. One thing we've recognized here is that when Cooper is facing, Chase brings up Wickham into the normal traditional mid-on position. When Hines is on strike, he sends him back to long on.
Because he knows that Hines has the tendency to kind of really hit the ball over the top. I think he would remember that when Cooper was trying to go for the 100, and he held out to the mid-off fielder. So he's still thinking that maybe Cooper is not as confident going over the top as heavily as would Terence Hines. So it's easier to bring that man in when Cooper is on strike, even though he's in his 80s.
He looks like a man who is batting for his spot in the next game. That's how he has approached almost every inning so far.
And so he should.
Cooper.
So he should, because he's an important part of the Trinidad and Tobago batting.
Squeezed away. Beautiful piece of work there. That's good work. Calmez putting his body on the line there as a senior pro.
Important that the senior guys still show that they are in the game, that they are still willing to put their body on the line, they're still willing to give full effort for this team.
Over comes to an end. 2 runs out of the over. Western Chase looking for 5 wickets. Barbados looking for 5 also.
I find they should up the score.
21 overs for Ruston Chase, 3 wickets so far, 3 for 49 in his 21 overs. Joshua Bishop also, he has 2 wickets for 41 in his 13 overs.
So here's what I would do then more. I'll take Warwickon out and maybe just bring Kyle Mayers for a couple of overs. Late in the afternoon, old ball, reverse swing, just create something new.
I was even just here thinking maybe, because remember we saw earlier, we saw Shamar Springer getting the ball to swing as well. So he might also be an option later on. And I think too, with Cooper and Hines already in a defensive frame of mind because of the spin, might be an opportunity to steal in a couple of overs with the seam, with them not really in that type of mode.
And if I bring back Kyle Mayers, this is what I'm telling Kyle Mayers. You got to bowl full and straight. So let's see your exhibition of your white ball skills being demonstrated here. Late movement and attack the stumps.
Let's see if your wire to Craig Brathwaite is still working.
Craig Brathwaite is off the field. Akeem Jordan is on. So I'm speaking right now to Roston Chase. See if he would listen to me.
Well, we know for sure that coming from his end, that might not happen. Because
Well,
he looks as if
I was
he's-
saying that
yeah,
I wanted
he
you to
looks as
bring
if
him
he
from
is-
the CAU
he is
road end.
locked in his
Yeah.
end,
Yeah.
and he's not coming off the ball anytime soon.
And I don't give him wrong. I don't give him wrong at all. He's already done his job. Inside out, that's where he's strong. Hines. That's the area where he's strong then more.
Yeah,
It's gone all the way for 6.
that's the reason why they would have put the man back on the boundary when he's on strike, because he has that. He will, if you give him something in his act, he's going to go for it.
So Rustin Chase has given up his slot then more. And he's decided that he's going to now try Joshua Bishop for one more try before the end of the day's play.
Captain Craig Brathwaite is back on the field as well. Akeem Jordan just making way.
It's just only a couple of years ago that Akeem Jordan was close to playing Test cricket for the West Indies and the tour to England. Started with the combined campuses and colleges squad, Akeem Jordan, just like so many other players around. And when you look at how successful that unit was, it's a pity that we just never really materialized and gave major support to that institution. University games coming up next weekend in Trinidad and Tobago. University of the West Indies 5 Island campus will be making its debut. Straight away, Bishop starts badly line delivery. He's got to bowl the ball into the surface. No need going searching for wickets. Just come and bowl the ball wicket to wicket.
Does not want to be that bowler that comes on and releases the pressure off of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. So he has to understand his role in coming back at this stage.
Just look at what Warwickon did. Just come back and just bowl the ball into the surface. Look at what Chase did. This is supposed to be your home ground. Kenny's gone down the onside again. Searching again for wickets. No need to try anything. Just get your lines right first.
I'm just wondering if he had preparation time, if he was told before that he's coming on, because he sort of look a little bit out of sorts, maybe not quite as ready for the bowling as he might have been. Maybe had he been given a little bit of a signal before that Chase is going to come off, get yourself together, get warmed. Those first 2 deliveries almost look like they were warm-up deliveries.
In a cricket game, then, where you could be called upon anytime. You got to be ready, got to be switched on. You got to also want to bowl as well too. That's much better.
We say that all the time, but we know for certain that players sometimes, especially when somebody like Chase was bowling and looking as if he wasn't going to be coming out of the attack anytime soon, maybe Hakeem Jordan was thinking, maybe, you know, maybe not for a little while I'll be on.
Forward. It's not going to be interested in that. Just bowl the ball into the surface. That's what you got to do. Just bowl the ball into the surface. Let everything else take care of itself. Anything is possible. You bowl the ball into the surface, you'll be amazed as to what's happening. Get a little bite, a little turn there. Get your variations.
Like he just did on that last delivery.
Over comes to an end. Let's see what's going to be happening on the CIU road end. What are we going to get? Have to get something. Got to get a new change. Summarize scores. TNT Red Force 172 for 5, 61 overs. Barbados Pride 296 all out, 76.4 overs. And Trinidad in their first innings 333 all out, 111.2 overs.
Still looks as if it's going to be Jamel Warwick to continue from that far end.
Oh, live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Guyana Happy Eagles 615 for 6.
Meaning that
Richie Look North is on 57 and Gudikish Moti 34. 16 for 6. Here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 172 for 5.
no, I don't mind because it's always everything is on the central side. I'm from town. I'm not driving up anywhere. I already killed him already. I say anything you want on side, yeah, maybe Trinity, respect, yes.
Gotta try something different. Warwick has done his job. Time to come up with somebody who can create a magical spell. Let's get Mayers into the attack. Mayers, Springer. Cooper, 85. Maybe even Wickham. Try something different. We can bowl a heavy ball. Forward.
Cooper is locked in. I think he's thinking. I fell short in the first innings of getting to that 3-figure. This time I'm going to make sure that I get it all the way.
Another over comes to an end. $173 for 5. Discussion.
I think Hines is just trying to take some of the moisture out of his helmet. Saw him using the towel and probably just squeezing some of the moisture out of that padding that they have on the inside. Because even though the spinners are on, he's maintained, both batters have maintained batting with their helmets.
And the reason for that then more is that they are both very good sweepers of the ball. So you want to still have that protection just in case.
Just in case.
Bishop continuing. Ball keeping low. We're to Cephas Cooper, who's on 86. Goes back and it's gone past the first slip fielder and down to the boundary for 4. So Cooper gets closer to that 100. Goes to 90.
Yeah, he's now into the 90s. And just 3 runs short of what he would have made in the first innings. So in both innings, he has been the key batter for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team in this match.
90 from 171 deliveries. The lead is 214. Trinidad will be looking to get anywhere up to 300, 325.
Yeah, I said 250. I think anything after 250, it's going to be a competitive encounter. But they would want as many as possible, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, though.
Cooper looking to just steer this down to third man.
That's why they would have been hoping that Amir Django and even Captain Joshua Da Silva would have contributed a little bit more.
Another badly lined delivery again by Bishop, and it's gone all the way down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Like I said earlier, Bishop does not want to come back in this spell and become the bowler that takes all the pressure off of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Captain Craig Brathwaite and even maybe Ruston Chase now must be wondering if it was the right decision to bring him back at this stage. But I'm just having a look. Chase is still in that slip corner and having a broad smile on his face, so he's still very positive.
Partnership is 33 off 100 balls. Then more overcomes to an end. Lead is 218.
Yeah, they've had to fight a little bit. Had to fight to really try and break a little bit of a shackle that the Barbados Pride had them under. At one stage, it was about 20 minutes or so of batting and very little runs to talk about, maybe a single or 2. In that period there, they really had to fight through just to make sure that they are staying within understanding the assignment and just getting through that little pressure period.
Think Tank having a conversation then more.
Yeah, just looking, all the major players are there.
Gotta give Chase. Gotta give. Zaidi gotta be Springer.
But with
Oh, man.
Chase, Springer, and it looks as if it's going to be Springer. See him giving his eye way to the umpire and just doing some stretches. So like I said earlier, he had the ball swinging when he was coming from this end, and I think it's a good move, even at this late stage of the day.
Yeah, that's when you get it even move around more.
Yeah, to bring him on now.
It's 63 overs old, and his white ball skills will be necessary at this time.
What is going to be important, though, is that he bowls with some control. He has to hit the right areas. He has to keep the ball within that the batters have to play. He have to bowl at the stumps. Can't give them anything to free their arms, anything short for them to be able to pull and cut down on the boundary balls.
So here's the field placing. If I was Captain Brathwaite, give him a 5-4 feel, really, because you want to get him to bowl as full as possible so he can get the ball to swing. We know for sure that Hines likes pace on the ball, so it'd be good for Springer to just mix up his lengths and his variations. But get him more or less. I see what we got. I think Warrican is wasted. I don't know if I need Warrican there, and if he does. That's much better. So Springer starts very well. Got to be very mindful now. It's got to be on the money, Springer. They brought him back for a particular reason.
He has to make sure that he does not stray.
Yeah, I'd maybe push Drake's back some more, because Hines is strong in that area. Clips the ball nicely. He's got a very strong bottom hand as Hines. Easy pace wicket here so far. Hines has demonstrated that if you dig in, you can get runs. And that's why I think in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force dugout, they know how good this track is. And they really want to bat Barbados out of this game. Anything from 300, 325 up. They know it will be a tall order on the final day.
So still a bit of batting to do on the part of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Another 9 overs remaining in the day's play.
Helped around. Warrican comes up. They get 1 run in the process. Now brings Cooper, who's on 94. Do you squeeze him? Or do you just continue your merry way, Denmore?
At this stage, maybe just don't give him any freebies. But I think the Barbados Pride team are going to be mindful as well of, again, the lead, 219, and they're trying their best to not let it get away. So they're hoping that they can probably make him work a little bit harder to get this century. And in the meantime, keep down the runs.
Forward again comes Cooper. Almost there, just trying to be as careful as he can. Cooper. Over comes to an end. 1 run coming out of the over. Cooper remains on 94 from 178 deliveries, 64 overs bowled, 182 for 5.
Yeah, quite over that from Springer. We're also going to see another change coming from this end. Looks like Wickham is going to come back into the attack as well.
Yeah, for some strange reason, Don't know if he's sore, but Joshua Bishop never looked himself.
I think he bowled too many bad deliveries in that little spell that they gave him on that occasion.
Wickham from the media center end. And he's driving in the air is Hines. Warwickon is after it, but only to retrieve it. It was a close shave. And he was advancing to Wickham. So a boundary straight away by Hines.
Good shot by Hines under the circumstances. He noticed that Warwickon was up at that conventional mid-off position, and that one was right up to him, and he hit it in the air deliberately but clearly over the top of the mid-off region and picked up 4.
Wickham ambling in. Just stroke that straight out to cover.
Hines is now in, and he has to stay in for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Himself and Cooper, they have to put on a big partnership. They have to put Trinidad and Tobago in a position that they can't lose. They're going to need to really bat and continue to bat well. Hines has to be mindful that on the afternoon of the first day he got out late.
Goes back and cracks that out to the sweeper on the offside.
And they sort of changed maybe the total that Trinidad and Tobago were looking to get in their first innings. I thought that they should have gotten a lot more than the 333 that they got on that occasion. And similarly, here in the second innings, he's going to be a vital part. So with the overs that are left this afternoon, it says 8 on the board, himself and Cooper, they have to make sure that they bat, if not all 8, they need to bat all 8 to the end to put their team in a very solid position.
Worked away nicely by Cephas Cooper. Goes up to 95 in the process. He's had to work for this 100. Cooper scored 100 against the Windward Islands last year at Annisvale. 117, Cephas Cooper. Hines just helping this one around. Getting a very easy single.
Hines would be happy with this type of bowling because it means that he's under no real pressure.
Brings Cephas Cooper, who's on 95, into strike. The partnership is 41 from 111 balls. Oh. That saved him for a while there. Just almost for a while. Chase was beginning to go up and celebrate.
Yeah, Cooper has to be careful with that. Don't want to give it away at this stage. Yeah, he made 93 in the first innings. He's now on 95 in the second innings. He wants to convert this innings. He didn't convert in the first innings, fell short. This time he needs to go all the way and make sure that he gets that century. And not only just get the century, but he also needs to continue on for his team because he's going to be an important part. I've said it before, he's going to be an important aspect of whether or not Trinidad and Tobago put themselves in a winning position or whether or not they they give Barbados even a glimmer of hope that they can win this match.
Game is set up nicely. 189 for 5. Clipped away nicely in the onside. Wickham had to get onto his bike very quickly. Squeezed away again into the offside.
Good cricket all around. There from Sifa Scooper and from Terrence Hines, dropping that ball and recognizing that there was a single on. Good communication, good response, good single in the end.
Cooper goes up to 96, 181 balls faced. Hines is 24. Slashed away by Hines. He's thinking about 2. And they come back quite easily for 2 runs. Lane is almost like a spectator. Hines seems to
I'm wondering if he turned that ankle again when he turned for that second run. Similar to what we saw on the first day. He has to be, something is wrong.
It's grimacing in pain
when
there.
he's turning, there seems to be a little bit of a problem.
Goes up to 26 in the meantime. The lead is 230.
Would love to see what happened there on that second run when we get an opportunity. Let's just have a look at it. We didn't see the turn, but something clearly happened there because he's holding that left ankle once again.
It is heavily strapped for sure.
Yeah, it looks to be the same one that he might have injured on day one.
On day one. On 93 for 5.
He has to battle through though. He has to battle through for his team.
He's a fighter. Just defends that quietly.
So we go, look. Yeah,
Yes,
again,
yeah.
just sliding again.
Yeah.
Similar to what happened on the first day. Maybe he needs to adjust his footwear, get footwear with a little bit more spikes.
Yeah, but he's maybe got the spikes on him. It's just that the grass, you know, those things happen.
Yeah.
And he too maybe might have been mindful that, hey, got to look after my ankle. You know, a lot of things going through your mind. Good work there by Candice and Jason to break that down for Denmore.
Yep, really to find it. Excellent work.
Worked away down the onside. Warwickon is sprinting around. He'll get there and they come back again quite easily for 2 runs. 2 leg byes signaled by umpire Butler. $195 for 5, extras 19. Total of 66 overs have been bowled. Austin Chase from his 21, 3 for 49, and Bishop 2 for 51. Let's try and see if we can hurry down to the Antigua Recreation Ground for that run fest at the Antigua Recreation Ground, and to tell you that the defending champions, Ghana Harpy Eagles, are 640 for 7. Richie Luke North is on 62 not out. Moti got out for 48. For Sammy Pamal is coming. So the run fest continues. In case you've just joined us, Shanda Paul 59, Nandu 237, Anderson 31, Imlak 8, Ramsami 14, Vanland on debut for the Ghana Harpy Eagles 133, Luknot 62, Moti 48, another E4 brand player. So too is Luknot. So Ravi is smiling. Wicket taker so far for the academy. Zion Matara 4 for 194 from 41 overs. I'm glad I'm not a fielder. Swept away again by, as Warrican comes into the conversation. So he switched from the CIU road end to the media center end. Warrican also, like Carrie Peer, have not been effective Denmore.
No, he's not been effective. He's not been penetrative at all in this match. But Cephas Cooper is just creeping up to that 100. He's now on to 97. And I really hope that he gets it. I really think that the way that he's batted in both innings, he deserves 100.
Hines comes quietly forward. Good control, good head position there from Hines. And just playing with soft hands, just using the top hand, just killing the ball right there. Stayed away. Pass first slip. Just like to see Hines not try to get fancy, but look to play the ball more up in front of him. If it's off your wicket, there's no need for you to be trying anything. Much better. Well played.
Yes, to see his team right through to the end today.
4:58 here in Antigua and Barbuda.
And I think maybe just 5 overs to go after this one.
We certainly will get them in. We'll do some
definitely
overtime.
We'll do a little bit of overtime today, and we'll get those 5 overs in.
Over comes to an end. Partnership is 48 from 124 deliveries.
Vital partnership. They've battled through that little period where the Barbados Pride team had them under some pressure when they had shut off the run scoring options. They had dried up the run scoring. But they've battled through. They've played with good solid defense. And then what is good about it is that when they got some bowlers with a couple more loose deliveries, they've been able to put them away. And they've put their team, still work to do, still some work to go, 233 the current lead, but they would feel a lot better about themselves at this stage with the lead already over 200, over 230, heading towards 250, still 5 wickets in the shed. The Trinidad and Tobago team would be feeling that, you know what, we are in a position that we can really and truly maybe have a score that we can defend.
Joshua Bishop is moved from the CIU road and not the CIU road, but the media center end to the CIU road end now. And so Captain Craig Brathwaite toying with the ideas still. Worked away into the onside.
Cooper sprinted through, wanted 2 on that occasion, at least explore the possibility of getting 2.
He's got all afternoon and tomorrow to come back to get his 100. But he maybe want to get it this evening. He's worked hard for it.
I was just looking to see how he got out. Remember how he got out in the first innings? He was trying to
got a mid off.
hold out. Got caught by Lane off the bowling of Warrican. So he has to be mindful of that. and don't want to give his hand away at this late stage.
On 97 for 5. It's good leave by Hines. No need trying to get fancy and then get an under edge or get a top edge to chase that slip. And he gives it away.
Yeah, I was just about to say that late on in that first day, he gave his hand away to Kyle Mears, and now he's giving his hand away again. A loose shot late on in the afternoon, and he's given a simple catch to that man at point.
Just look to punch the ball up in front of you. He's still looking to go square. Never got anywhere close to the ball. Tired looking shot. And he did all the hard work, and Hines gives it away. 197 for 6. He's cursing himself.
Yeah, he should be disappointed with himself. Because with just about 5 overs remaining, maybe 4 after this one, he would have given it away. And it's the same type of situation that happened on the first day, when Trinidad and Tobago looked as if they were going to settle in, end the day, and then look to get a big score. He gave his hand away to Kyle Mears, and he has done it again today. Just when I'm saying that they have a lead of 234 runs, looking to sort of get into the type of position that they would be in a positive position to force a victory here over the Barbados team, he's giving his hand away.
So let's look at it. Denmore.
Yeah,
sometimes
no real devil in that delivery.
He never really got close to the ball either. He was pulling away from the ball. That line, you got to get as close as possible.
On top of that one, so he could actually keep it down.
Yeah, no need. But he's done his job. Terrence Hines. You feel very disappointed.
Brian Charles has gained himself a promotion.
He deserves that.
Yeah, he's come ahead of even Kyrie Pierre. Kyrie Pierre, who we saw in the first innings that didn't really look up to it.
But technically, I think Brian Charles is really easily a better player than Anderson Phillip and a Kyrie Pierre. Technically, based on what I've seen around him for the period of time, can assert himself as a proper bowling who can bat. And he demonstrated that in the first innings as well.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are going to be hoping that he demonstrate that in the second innings. But I still think they need another 50 runs or so if they're going to really have a score that they can look to defend.
The action here is with Cooper. Warrican. Cooper comes forward. He doesn't need to go into a shell now. Denmore,
no. He has to continue to be positive.
He might be playing with his mind. He's seen 6 wickets fall so far. He's on 98.
First, need to walk these 2 singles, get to that 100, and then be positive thereafter.
Cat and mouse game taking place here. Well, it's gone through him. The keeper on the first slip. That's what I was talking about. 100 to Cooper. What a knock from the young man. He turns waves to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force dugout. What a knock by the young man.
Well played in the end. A genuine edge that could have gone to hand had the slip been probably in the conventional position. But I think he deserves
14 fours.
I think he deserves that 100.
See what I was talking to you about, Denmore, about the positioning of the wicketkeeper? Can get Candice to just show that again. Candice, let's just take some time out and flick that back up for me, Candice, in terms of that delivery. Wanted to explain to Denmore about the positioning of the wicketkeeper and automatically staying down.
We'll get to it. Maybe
100
after
to
the next
Cooper.
delivery.
Forward. He starts all over again. Look at it, Denmore. Look how wide Chase is. Look at the wicketkeeper. Look where he is. See what I'm talking about? It's gone back.
Yeah, and because of the position where Chase was, Chase didn't even react.
Couldn't react because he was out of position, Denmore.
Yeah, he's now moved into that traditional, conventional position at first slip, and he's looking upset with himself.
If you're in first slip, you're in first slip.
Yeah.
You can't be in between.
We've spoken about that they've been standing maybe at what we call slip and a half.
Easy like Sunday morning.
Almost trying to cheat a little bit, and was made to pay on that occasion. But take nothing away from Cephas Cooper. He's deserved this 100. Really well played. I'm very pleased for him.
Forward again come Cooper. So, what a knock from the young man, Cephas Cooper. He'll remember this 100 against Barbados. Normally in your cricketing career, there's some folks that you want to make 100 against. Jamaica, Leewards, Barbados. And if anything, Ghana. A discussion is taking place. And Chase is not happy.
Yeah, but Cooper was happy. Just look at his reaction coming back for that second run. He was absolutely over the moon about that. Fell short in the first innings. Innings I thought that he gave his hand away when he was on 93. This time he was able to get over the line, but he has to remember that his work is not finished. Work not finished for this afternoon. He has to see his team home with these remaining overs and just
He's out caught behind. Charles goes. A nothing shot there playing from the crease. And Boucher taking a very easy catch in the end. Umpire Butler raised the finger. And Trinidad and Tobago lose another wicket. The 7th goes down. The lead is 236.
far too easy on that occasion there.
$199 for 7. P&O comes out. Lead is 236.
Carripier has to show all the character that he has right now. This is where his team needs him. It's about 2 overs for him to survive this afternoon. Then he can go home, go back to his hotel this evening, clear his mind, have a chat with his coaches and everybody else. Come back tomorrow with a renewed attitude and renewed vigor. But he has to, first of all, look to survive this afternoon. Be positive, Carripier. Be positive.
P for a leg before there.
Yeah, he needs to play the ball with the bat.
Yeah. But if I was Craig Brathwaite, I would have somebody in front of Carripier's bat.
Yeah, gotta
So
have
it's
that man
either-
at silly point.
So you can maybe just bring Mosley in front of the bat and maybe just bring the man on the 45 up at leg slip.
For me, right now at this late stage of the afternoon, I wouldn't have that man on the mid-wicket boundary for Carripier.
Got to be attacking. Barbados has to feel that they're in this game. It can't be a conservative way. You got to look to press on the advantage. Driving up to Brathwaite, cover. tumbling save ricocheted.
Pierre would probably feel a lot better about feeling one out of the middle of his bat.
Pierre. Joshua Bishop has to bowl the ball into the surface. No need trying to flight anything. Just bowl the ball into the surface. Dropped. The body language there from the fielders of the Barbados team feels like he got a nick onto it. Then more. Yes, he did. Dropped it. He's struggling. You have to take that.
Yeah.
Got to take those. There's a regulation catch as a wicketkeeper. In, out. It's got to rise with the ball, and that's why it's so important as a wicketkeeper. On a track like this, you have to stay down longer. Longer, get your left foot outside the line of the off stump so that you could be able to clearly see what the bowler is doing. Warwican still pegging away.
But Carey Pierre should have ability, because when you look at his stats, he's had a first class 100 and the first class 50.
Stands up straight and punches that down the go. They're lackadaisically just walking. Pierre not paying attention in terms of the game. Something is...
His best score is 106. Averages 20.6. So he should have some ability. Probably just need to remember when he made that 106, Carey Pierre. Get back in that frame of mind, because his team needs him at this late stage. That's more like it. Getting forward and being positive. Nice use of his feet on that occasion, Carey Pierre.
Warwican still searching for something.
Ooh, that one kept very low.
Really seen things start to happen here in Denmore.
Yeah, that's almost what we call a shooter. Look at it again. Yeah, almost running on the ground there. Carey Pierre did very well to keep that one out.
Now, Carey Pierre Denmore scored that 106 not out against the Windward Islands at Windsor Park. And this was way back in 2018, 2019. So, seems like a long time ago, Denmore.
Seems so. But he has to remember that he did it before. So he knows that he has the ability. He just has to believe.
I think he's certainly believing. So too is this man, Joshua Bishop. Gone pass, chase, and down to the boundary for 4.
Bishop looking for a fifer to go with that 99 runs that he has scored.
He deserves it. Certainly deserves it. And his job might not be done yet. He might be required to come and maybe try and win this game or save this game for the Barbados pride. But I don't think Barbados will be thinking about trying to save the game.
He definitely, on losing first innings, they definitely have to look to go for a victory.
Driving through cover for 4. He must have heard Denmore Roberts.
Yeah, he should listen to me more, because he's looked good And that is it. Just remember, just try and get a picture of that time when he made that 100 or when he got that half century, and believe in himself. Knowing that he has the ability to bat and look to bat the afternoon, stay the afternoon, clear his head, and come out and do the job for his team. I didn't like how he looked in the first innings, but I'm a little happier now with the positive way that he has played, the few deliveries that he has faced in the second innings.
Live and loud, a roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Ghana Happy Eagles 654 for 8. Richie Luke Knott is on 70 not out. Moti scored 48. Pamal scored 1.
Tevin Imlach must be kicking himself, missing out in that game down there at the ARG.
Nando scored 237. Van Lan 133 on debut.
Yeah, and when Tevin Imlach look and see that I have only scored 8 on that pitch, should be kicking himself.
Yeah, it's okay. They lead now by 169 runs with 2 wickets remaining. One more ball to complete the day's play. 8 runs out of the over so far. Bishop, he's toiled, 4 for 60. Chase himself has also toiled as well too.
Yeah, Carrie Pay just needs to think one more delivery to last for today. Go home, come back with a fresh state of mind tomorrow.
Oh, how did that miss his
Yeah,
off?
good delivery to end the day's play, and really good day's play. I thought today, Trinidad and Tobago ending the day on 209 for 7.
Yeah, 209 for 7. So let's give a recap in terms of what happened in the Barbados innings. As Denmore gets himself organized to line up to have the player of the day, certainly has to be the man himself, Cephas Cooper. 101 not out, 192 balls, 14 boundaries, 278 minutes. He receives a standing ovation from his teammates. What a knock. And for the second time, our live and louder player of the day will speak to Denmore Roberts as soon as he gets himself organized. Congratulations, son, for that century. Evan Lewis, LBW to Roston Chase for 14. Jai Gooley, he was caught. Drake's bowled Bishop for 4. Jason Mohammed bowled Joshua Bishop for 3. Amir Django was outsmarted by Roston Chase for 19. Joshua De Silva misjudged a straighter 1 from Chase, round the wicket to him for 14. Terrence Hines did all of the hard work. He was almost like a tired man and played a very lame shot to Wickham at backward point off Bishop for 26. Brian Charles was caught Boucher, bowled Bishop without scoring. Carrie Peer being dropped by wicketkeeper Boucher, finished on 9 not out. But it was the man himself, Cephas Cooper, not out on 101. 72 overs bowled, bowling figures for the Barbados Pride. Ewan Lane, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 25 runs, no wicket. Carl Mayers, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, no wicket. Shamar Springer, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 13 runs, no wicket. Kevin Wickham, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, no wicket. Roston Chase, 21 overs, 4 maidens, 49 runs, 3 wickets. And Joshua Bishop, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 60 runs, 4 wickets. Jamal Warrican also bowled 12 overs, 3 maidens, 20 runs, no wicket. We'll go back and have a recap in terms of the Barbados first innings. Let's see if we could be able to pull that up very quickly just to give the folks who are tuning. We got the highlights here. And it was starstruck action taking place. It was a real fighting partnership this morning. Rode his luck there, Jamal Warrican. Don't think I've ever seen the French team play cricket, but we got a French boundary there. And then good sharp catch by Brian Charles. Left the man himself, Joshua Bishop, a 99 not out. And then Evan Lewis came out. Lane was just really poor in his lines. He was dispatched. Wasn't on the money here at all. But Cooper continued to fight his way. I think this easily was one of the best shots of the day. Straight drive from Evan Lewis down the ground. And then Shamar Springer got the ball to swing. Lovely shot then by Cooper. Cover drive. He loves that shot. Good head positioning from him. Carl Mayers dropped a sitter. But then more boundaries continue to flow in the context. And Cooper really got into his stride there. Certainly isn't the shot of the day. And anytime soon we'll be able to be speaking to the man himself. Louis seemed surprised with that dismissal. Very simple catch there in the end. Another wicket to Bishop. And then Mohammed exposed all of his stumps. Chase came around. Wide and short, and Django punished him very quickly. Then misjudged a straight one. But Caltucket had not other decision but to give him out. Caress this one to cover for 4. Played around a straight one again from Chase. Joshua De Silva. Then a tired shot there. So we're going to head right over now to Denmore Roberts, who's going to be speaking now to the Live and Louder Player of the Day.
We've been able to grab Cephas Cooper, the Live and Louder top performer of the day. Cephas, you came back out the second innings, and this time you were able to convert all the way to the 100. Talk us through your feelings and through that innings.
Firstly, I want to say thank you to Almighty God for the health and strength to go there and perform for myself, my family, and my team especially. I just want to say this one is for my mom. I know she'll be watching and she'll be super proud. Also, my 2 coaches who have worked with me in the nets and keep talking to me, and also my teammates as well. So this one is a special one, and especially to my bigger brother as well. He always work with me with my batting and stuff like that. So.
What was the difference this time around? You fell short in the first innings. Maybe some of us felt that you probably gave it away, but this time you were able to fight your way all the way to the end and to convert. What was the difference in your mindset?
This one was important for the team because we need to bat and bat well going into tomorrow. So I just put on my head and bat with my partner the next end, and fortunately I was able to get it.
What is going to be the plan tonight? That you have to come back tomorrow, refocused and go again. How are you going to go in tonight, and what is going to be the way that you relax and get yourself ready for tomorrow?
I think our team have a good vibes going back at the hotel where we gather in one room and we just watch TV. We communicate with each other and stuff like that. So I'll do that to relax and talk to my mom, talk to my family, and just come back tomorrow and just try to pile on as much runs as possible.
About how many runs do you think would be enough to give you guys the upper hand?
I think anything above 350, that would be really good. So we just have to go there tomorrow, apply ourselves again, and get the job done for the team.
We just want to congratulate you, and we want to thank you for 2 great innings that we've seen from you in this match.
Okay, thank you.
There we have it. We've been speaking with Cephas Cooper, the Live and Louder Player of the Day, the man who got himself a century after getting 93 in the first innings. And like you heard him say, that he's going to look to come back tomorrow and pile on the runs for the TNT Red Force. Back up to you guys.
So there we heard it from my colleague Denmore Roberts, the live and louder player of the day. The man himself, Cephas Cooper, what a knock by the young man. And that's what you call grit and determination. Not out 101, 192 balls, 142 dot balls, 14 boundaries, 279 minutes of the crease. You'll have to match that against a Joshua Bishop with a 99 not out and 4 wickets. Bishop has got 4 for 60. Can let you know that the score, Trinidad and Tobago leading by 246 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Join us tomorrow on the 4th day's play here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Let me just say thanks to my entire team, Candice, Jason, and all of the guys who have made this live and louder production a very wonderful execution for all the fans all over the world. It's a Cricket West Indies production. Check us out tomorrow, live here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We'll be starting any time around about 9:52 on Wednesday morning. Thank you very much. I'm Vernon A. Springer. I was alongside my colleague Denmore Roberts, signing out for Live and Louder.